Chapter 6 of Emotional Intelligence. The Master Aptitude. Just once in my life have I been paralyzed by fear. The occasion was a calculus exam during my freshman year in college, for which I somehow had managed not to study. I still remember the room I marched to that spring morning with feelings of doom and foreboding heavy in my heart. I had been in that lecture hall for many classes. This morning, though, I noticed nothing through the windows and did not see the hole at all. My gaze shrunk to the patch of floor directly in front of me as I made my way to a seat near the door. As I opened the blue cover of my exam book, there was the thump in my ears of heartbeat. There was the taste of anxiety in the pit of my stomach. I looked at the exam questions once quickly. Hopeless for an hour, I stared at that page, my mind racing over the consequences I would suffer. The same thoughts repeated themselves over and over, a tape loop of fear and trembling. I sat motionless like an animal frozen in mid move by courier. What strikes me most about the dreadful moment was how constricted my mind became. I did not spend the hour in a desperate attempt to patch together some semblance of answers to the test. I did not daydream. I simply sat fixated on my terror, waiting for the ordeal to finish. That native of an ordeal by terror is my own. It is to this day for me the most convincing evidence of the devastating impact of emotional distress on mental clarity. I now see that my ordeal was most likely a testament to the power of the emotional brain to overpower, even paralyze the thinking brain. The extent to which emotional upsets can interfere with mental life is no news to teachers. Students who are anxious, angry, or depressed don't learn. People who are caught in these states do not take information efficiently or deal with it well. As we saw in chapter 5, powerful negative emotions twist attention towards their own preoccupations, interfering with the attempt to focus elsewhere. Indeed, one of the signs that feelings have veered over the line into the pathological is that they are so intrusive they overwhelm all other thought, continually sabotaging attempts to pay attention to whatever other task is at hand. For the person going through an upsetting divorce or the child whose parents are, the mind does not stay long on the comparatively trivial routines of the work or school day. For the clinically depressed, thoughts of self pity and despair, hopelessness and helplessness override all others. When emotions overwhelm concentration, what is being swamped is the mental capacity cognitive scientists call working memory, the ability to hold in mind all information relevant to the task at hand. What occupies working memory can be as mundane as the digits that compose a telephone number or as complicated as the intricate plot lines a novelist is trying to weave together. Working memory is an executive function per excellence in mental life, making possible all other intellectual efforts, from speaking a sentence to tackling a notological proposition. The prefrontal cortex executes working memory, and remember is where feelings and emotions meet. When the limbic circuitry that converges on the prefrontal cortex is in the swirl of emotional distress, one cost is in the effectiveness of working memory. We can't think straight, as I discovered during that read calculus exam. On the other hand, consider the role of positive motivation, the marshalling of feelings like enthusiasm and confidence to enhance achievements. Studies of Olympic athletes, world class musicians, and chess grandmasters find their unifying trait is the ability to motivate themselves to pursue relentless training routines. And with a steady rise in the degree of excellence required to be a world class performer, these rigorous training routines now increasingly must begin in childhood. At the 1992 Olympics, 12-year-old members of the Chinese diving team had put in as many total lifetime practice dives as had members of the American team in their early 20s. The Chinese divers started their rigorous training at age 4. Likewise, the best violin virtuosos of the 20th century began studying their instrument at around age 5. International chess champions started on the game at an average age of 7, while those who rose only to national prominence started at 10. Startling earlier offers a lifetime age. The top violin students at the best music academy in Berlin, all in their early 20s, had put in 10,000 total hours lifetime practice, while the second tier students averaged around 7,500 hours. What seems to set apart those at the very top of competitive pursuits from others of roughly equal ability is the degree to which, beginning early in life, they can pursue an arduous practice routine for years and years, and the doggedness depends on emotional traits, enthusiasm, and persistence in the face of setbacks. Above all else, the added payoff for life success from motivation, apart from other innate abilities, can be seen in the remarkable performance of Asian students in American schools and professions. One thorough review of the evidence suggests that Asian American children may have an average IQ advantage over whites of just 2 or 3 points. Yet, on the basis of the professions such as law and medicine that many Asian Americans end up in, as a group they behave as though their IQ were much higher. The equivalent of an IQ of 110 for Japanese Americans and of 120 for Chinese Americans. The reason seems to be that from the earliest years of school, Asian children work harder than whites. Stanford Dorenbach, a Stanford sociologist who studied more than 10,000 high school students, found that Asian Americans spent 40% more time doing homework than did other students. While most American parents are willing to accept a child weak ears and emphasize the strength for Asians, the attitude is that if you are not doing well, the answer is to study later at night, and if you are still don't do well, to get up and study earlier in the morning. They believe that anyone can do well in school with the right effort. In short, a strong culture work ethic translates into higher motivation, zeal, and persistence and emotional age. To the degree that our emotions get in the way of or enhance our ability to think and plan, to pursue training for a distant goal, to solve problems and the like, they define the limits of our capacity to use our innate mental abilities and so determine how we do in life, and to the degree to which we are motivated by feelings of enthusiasm and pleasure in what we do, or even by an optimal degree of anxiety they propel us to accomplishment. It is in this sense that emotional intelligence is a master aptitude, a capacity that profoundly affects all other abilities, either facilitating or interfering with them. Impulse control, the marshmallow test. Just imagine you are 4 years old and someone makes the following proposals. If you will wait until after he runs an errand, you can have 2 marshmallows for a treat. If you can't wait until then, you can have only one, but you can have it right now. It is a challenge shot to try the soul of any 4-year-old, a microcosm of the eternal battle between impulse impulse and restraint, ID and ego, desire and self control, gratification and delay. Which of these choices a child makes is a talent test. It offers a quick reading not just of character but of the trajectory that child will probably take through life. There is perhaps no psychological skill more fundamental than resisting impulse. It is the root of all emotional self control, since all emotions, by their very nature, lead to one or another impulse to act. The root meaning of the word emotion, remember, is to move. The capacity to resist that impulse to act, to squelch the incipient movement, most likely translate at the level of brain function into inhibition of limbic signals to the motor cortex, though such an interpretation must remain speculative for now. At any rate, a remarkable study in which the marshmallow challenge was posed to 4-year-old shows just how fundamental is the ability to restrain the emotions and so delay impulse. Begun by psychologist Walter Mitchell during the 1960s at a preschool on the Stanford University campus and involving mainly children of Stanford faculty, graduate students, and other employees. The study tracked down the 4-year-olds as they were graduating from high school. Some 4-year-olds were able to wait what must surely have seemed an endless 15 to 20 minutes for the experimenter to return. To sustain themselves in their struggle, they covered their eyes so they wouldn't have to stare at temptation, or rested their heads in their arms, talked to themselves, sang, played games with their hands and feet, even tried to go to sleep. These plucky preschoolers got the 2 marshmallow reward, but others, more impressive, grabbed the 1 marshmallows, almost always within seconds of the experimenter leaving the room on his errand. The diagnostic power of how this movement of impulse was handled became clear some 12 to 14 years later. What these same children were tracked down as adolescents, the emotional and social difference between the grab the marshmallow preschoolers and their gratification delaying peers was dramatic. Those who had resisted temptation at 4 were now, as adolescents, more socially competent, personally effective, self assertive, and better able to cope with the frustrations of life. They were less likely to go to pieces, freeze, or regress under stress, or become rattled and disorganized when pressured. They embraced challenges and pursued them instead of giving up, even in the face of difficulties. They were self reliant and confident, trustworthy and dependable, and they took initiative and plunged into projects. And more than a decade later, they were still able to delay gratification in pursuit of their goals. The third, or so, who grabbed for the marshmallow, however, tended to have fewer of these qualities and shared instead a relatively more troubled psychological portrait. In adolescence, they were more likely to be seen as shying away from social contexts, to be stubborn and indecisive, to be easily upset by frustrations, to think of themselves as bad or unworthy, to regress or become immobilized by stress, to be mistrustful and resentful about not getting enough, to be prone to jealousy and envy, to overreact to irritations with a sharp temper, so provoking arguments and fights, and after all those years, they still were unable to put off gratification. What shows up in a small way early in life blooms into a wide range of social and emotional competences as life goes on. The capacity to impose a delay on impulse is at the root of a plethora of efforts, from staying on a diet to pursuing a medical degree. But children, even at 4, had mastered the basics. They were able to read the social situations as one where delay was beneficial, to pry their attention from focusing on the temptation at hand and to distract themselves while maintaining the necessary perseverance towards their goal, the 2 marshmallow. Even more surprising, when the tested children were evaluated again as they were finishing high school, those who had waited patiently at 4 were far superior as students to those who had acted on him whim. According to their parents' evaluation, they were more academically competent, better able to put their ideas into words, to use and respond to reason, to concentrate to make plans and follow through on them, and more eager to learn. Most astonishingly, they had dramatically higher scores on their set test. The third of children who are at 4 grabbed for the marshmallow most eagerly had an average verbal score of 524 and quantitative score of 528. The third who waited longest had average scores of 610 and 652 respectively, a 210-point difference in total score. At age 4, how children do on this test of delay of gratification is twice as powerful a predicator of what their set scores will be as is IQ at age 4. IQ becomes a stronger predictor of SAT only after children learn to read. This suggests that the ability to delay gratification contributes powerfully to intellectual potential quite apart from IQ itself. As we shall see in part 5, while some argue that IQ cannot be changed and so represents an unbendable limitation on a child life potential, there is ample evidence that emotional skills such as impulse control and accurately reading a social situation can be learned. What Walter Mitchell, who did the study, described with a rather infallibilious phrase, goal directed self imposed delay of gratification, is perhaps the essence of emotional self regulation, the ability to deny impulse in the service of a goal, whether it is building a business, solving an algebraic equation, or pursuing the Stanley Cup. His finding underscores the role of emotional intelligence as a mental ability, determining how well or how poorly people are able to use their own mental capacities. Foul moods, foul thinking. I worry about my son. He just started playing on the varsity football team, so he's bound to get an injury sometime. It's so nervous wracking to watch him play that I have stopped going to his games. I'm sure my son must be disappointed that I'm not watching him play, but it is simply too much for me to take. The speaker is in therapy for anxiety. She realizes that her worry is interfering with leading the kind of life she would like. But when it comes time to make a simple decision, such as whether to watch her son play football, her mind floods with thoughts of disaster. She is not free to choose. Her worries overwhelm her reason. As we have seen, worry is a number of anxiety damaging effect on mental performance of all kind. Worry, of course, is in one sense a useful response gone away. An overly jealous mental preparation for an anticipated threat. But such mental rehearsal is disastrous, cognitive, static, when it becomes trapped in a stale routine that captures attention, intruding on all other attempts to focus elsewhere. Anxiety undermines the intellect in a complex intellectuality demanding and high pressure tasks such as that of air traffic controllers. For example, having chronically high anxiety is an almost sure predictor that a person will eventually fail in training or in the field. The anxious are more likely to fail even given superior scores on the intelligence test, as a study of 1790 students in training for air traffic control post discovered. Anxiety also sabotages academic performance of all kinds. 126 different studies of more than 36,000 people found that the most prone to worries a person is, the poorer their academic performance, no matter how measured grades on test, grade point average, or achievement test. When people who are prone to worry are asked to perform a cognitive tasks such as sorting ambiguous objects into one of two categories and narrate what is going through their mind as they do so. It is the negative thoughts. I won't be able to do this. I'm just no good at this kind of test and the like that are found to most directly disrupt their decision making. Indeed, when a comparison group of non-worries was asked to worry on purpose for 15 minutes, their ability to do the same tasks deteriorated sharply. And when the worries were given a 15-minute relaxation session, which reduced their level of worrying before trying the task, they had no problem with it. Test anxiety was first studied scientifically in the 1960s by Richard Alpert, who confessed to me that his interest was piqued because as a student his nerves often made him do poorly on tests, while his colleague Ralph Haber found that the pressure before an exam actually helped him to do better. Their research, among other studies, showed that there are two kinds of anxious students: those whose anxiety undoes their academic performance, and those who are able to do well despite the stress, or perhaps because of it. The irony of test anxiety is that the very apprehension about doing well on the test that ideally can motivate students like Haber to study hard in preparation and so do well can sabotage success in others. For people who are too anxious like Alpert, the pretest apprehension interferes with the clear thinking and memory necessary to study effectively, while during the test it disrupts the mental clarity essential for doing well. The number of worries that people report while taking a test directly predicts how poorly they will do on it. The mental resources expanded on one cognitive task. The worrying simply distract from the resource available for processing other information. If we are preoccupied by worries that we are going to flunk the test we are taking, we have that much less attention to expand on figuring out the answers. Our worries become self-fulfilling prophecies, propelling us towards the very disaster they predict. People who are adept at harshening their emotions, on the other hand, can use anticipatory anxiety about an upcoming speech or test, say, to motivate themselves to prepare well for it, thereby doing well. The classical literature in psychology describes the relationship between anxiety and performance, including mental performance in terms of an upside down U. At the peak of the inverted U is a optimal relationship between anxiety and performance, with a modicum of nerves propelling outstanding achievement. But too little anxiety, the first side of you, brings about apathy or too little motivation to try hard enough to do well, while too much anxiety, the other side of the you, sabotages any attempt to do well. A mildly elitated state, hypomania, as it is technically called, seems optimal for writers and others in creative callings that demand fluidity and imaginative diversity of thoughts. It is somewhere towards the peak of that inverted U, but let the euphoria get out of control to become outright mania, as in the mood swings of manic depressives, and the agitation undermines the ability to think cohesively enough to write well, even though ideas flow freely, indeed much too freely to pursue any one of them far enough to produce the finished product. Good moods, while they last, enhance the ability to think flexibly and with more complexity, thus making it easier to find solutions to problems, whether intellectual or interpersonal. This suggestion that one way to help someone think through a problem is to tell them a joke. Laughing like elation seems to help people think more broadly and associate more freely. Noticing relationships that might have eluded them otherwise, a mental skill important not just in creativity but in recognizing complex relationships and foreseeing the consequences of a given decision. The intellectual benefits of a good laugh are most striking when it comes to solving a problem that demands a creative solution. One study found that people who had just watched a video of television bloopers were better at solving a puzzle long used by psychologists to test creative thinking. In the test, people are given a candle, matches, and a box of tacks and asked to attach the candle to a corkboard wall so it will burn without dripping wax on the floor. Most people given this problem fall into functional fixedness, thinking about using the objects in the most conventional ways. But those who had just watched the funny film compared to others who had watched a film on match or who exercised were more likely to see an alternative use for the box holding the text, and so come up with the creative solution: tack the box to the wall and use it as a candle holder. Even mild mood changes can sway thinking. In making plans or decisions, people in good moods have a perceptual bias that leads them to be more expansive and possessive in their thinking. This is partially because memory is state specific, so that while in a good mood we remember more positive events as we think over the pros and cons of a course of action, while feeling pleasant. Memory builds our weighting of evidence in a positive direction, making us more likely to do something slightly adventurous or risky, for example. By the same token, being in a foul mood biases memory in a negative direction, making us more likely to contract into a fearful, overly cautious decision. Emotions out of control impede the intellectual. But we saw in chapter 5 we can bring out of control emotions back into line. This emotional competence is the master aptitude, facilitating all other kinds of intelligence. Consider some cases in points the benefits of hope and optimism and those soaring moments when people outdo themselves. Pandora's box and Pollyanna, the power of positive thinking. College students were posed the following hypothetical situation. Although you set your goal of getting a B, when your first exam score worth 30% of your final grade is returned, you have received a D. It is now 1 week after you have learned about the D grade. What do you do? Hope made all the differences. The response by students with high level of hopes was to work harder and think of a range of things they might try that could bolster their final grade. Students with moderate levels of hope thought of several ways they might up their grade but had far less determination to pursue them. And understandably, students with low levels of hope gave up on both counts, demoralized. The question is not just theoretical, however, when C.R. Sydney, the University of Kansas psychologist who did this study, compared the actual academic achievements of freshman students, high and low on hope, he discovered that hope was a better predictor of their first semester grades than were their scores on the SAT, a test supposedly able to predict how students will fare in college. Again, given roughly the same range of intellectual abilities, emotional aptitude make the critical difference. Shared explanation, students with high hopes set themselves higher goals and know how to work hard to attain them. When you compare students of equivalent intellectual aptitude on their academic achievements, what sets them apart is hope. As the familiar legend has it, Pandora, a prince of ancient Greece, was given a gift, a mysterious box, by gods jealous of her beauty. She was told she must never open the gift, but one day, overcome by the curiosity and temptation, Pandora lifted the lid to peek in, letting loose in the world the grand affliction, disease, malaise, madness, but a compassionate God let her close the box just in time to capture the one antidote that makes life, mastery, bearable hope. Hope modern researchers are finding does more than offer a bit of solace amid affliction. It plays a surprisingly potent role in life, offering an advantage in realms as diverse as school achievement and bearing up in onerous jobs. Hope, in a technical sense, is more than the sunny view that everything will turn out all right. Senior defines it with more specificity as believing you have both the will and the way to accomplish your goals, whatever they may be. People tend to differ in the journal degree to which they have hope in this sense. Some typically think of themselves as able to get out of a jam or find ways to solve problems, while others simply do not see themselves as having the energy, ability, or means to accomplish their goals. People with high levels of hope, Sidney finds, share certain traits, among them being able to motivate themselves, feeling resourceful enough to find ways to accomplish their objectives, reassuring themselves when in a tight spot that things will get better, being flexible enough to find different ways to get to their goals or to switch goals if one becomes impossible, and having the sense to break down a formidable task into a smaller manageable pieces. From the perspective of emotional intelligence, having hope means that one will not give it to overwhelming anxiety, a defeatist attitude, or depression in the face of difficult challenges or setbacks. Indeed, people who are hopeful evidence or less depression than others as they maneuver through life in pursuit of their goals are less anxious in general and have fewer emotional distress. Optimism, the great motivator. Americans who follow swimming had high hopes for Matt Biondi, a member of the US Olympic team in 1988. Some sports writers were touting Biondi as likely to match Mark's pitch 1972 feat of taking 7 gold medals. But Biondi finished a heartbreaking third in his first event, the 200-meter freestyle. In his next event, the 100-meter butterfly, Biondi was inched out for the gold by another swimmer who made a greater effort in the last meter. Sportscasters speculated that the defeats would disparate Biondi in his successive events, but Biondi rebounded from defeat and took a gold medal in his next 5 events. One viewer who was not surprised by Beyonce's comeback was Martin Seligman, a psychologist at the University of Pennsylvania, who had tested Beyonce for autism earlier that year. In that experiment done with Seligman, the swimming coach told Beyonce during a special event meant to soakers beyond the past performance that he had a worse time than was actually the case. Despite the downbeat feedback when Beyond was asked to rest and try again, his performance actually already very good, was even better. But when other scores showed they were pessimistic, tried again, they did even worse the second time. Optimism, like hope, means having a strong expectations that in general things will turn out all right in life despite setbacks and frustrations. From the standpoint of emotional intelligence, optimism is an attitude that buffers people against falling into apathy, hopelessness, or depression in the face of tough going. And as with Hopper, its near cousin optimism plays dividends in life. Seligman defines optimism in terms of how people explain to themselves their success and failures. People who are optimistic see a failure as due to something that can be changed so that they can succeed next time around, while pessimists take the blame for failure, ascribing it to see some lasting characteristics they are helpless to change. These differing explanations have profound implications for how people respond to life. For example, in reaction to a disappointment such as being turned down for a job, optimist tends to respond actively and hopefully by formulating a plan of action is say or seeking out help and advice. They see the setback as something that can be remedied. Pessimists, by contrast, react to such setbacks by assuming there is nothing they can do to make things go better the next time, and so do nothing about the problem. They see the setback as due to some personal defeat. They will always plague you them. As with hope, optimism predicts academic success. In a study of 500 members of the incoming freshman class of 1984 at the University of Pennsylvania, the students' scores on a test of optimism were a better predictor of their actual grades freshman year than were the set scores on their high school grades, said Seligman, who studied them. College entrance exams measure talent while explanatory style tells you who gives up. It is a combination of reasonable talent and the ability to keep going in the face of defeat that leads to success. What's missing in test of ability is motivation. What you need to know about someone is whatever they will keep going when things get frustrating. My hunch is that for a given level of intelligence, your actual achievement is a function not just of talent, but also the capacity to stand defeat. One of the most telling demonstration of the power of optimism to motivate people is a study Seligman did of insurance salesmen with the MetLife company. Being able to take a rejection with grace is essential in sales of all kinds, especially with a product like insurance where the ratios of no's to yes can be so discouragingly high. For this reason, about three-quarters of insurance salesmen quit in their first 3 years. Seligman found that new salesmen who were by nature optimists sold 37% more insurance in their first 2 years on the job than did promised. And during the first year, the pessimist quit at twice the rate of optimist. What's more, Seligman persuaded MetLife to hire a special group of applicants who scored high on a test for optimism but failed the normal screening test. This special group outsold the pessimist by 21% in their first year and 57% in the second. Just why optimism makes such a difference in sales success speaks to the sense in which it is an emotionally intelligent attitude. Each no a salesperson gets is a small defeat. The emotional reaction to that defeat is a crucial to the ability to marshal enough motivation to continue. As the no's mount up, a miracle can deteriorate, making it harder and harder to pick up the phone for the next call. Such a distraction is especially hard to take for a pessimist who interprets as its meaning. I am failure at this. I will never make a sale. An interpretation that is sure to trigger apathy and defeatism. If not depression, optimists on the other hand tell themselves I am using the wrong approach or that the last person was just in a bad mood by seeing not themselves but something in the situation as a reason for their failure. They can change their approach in the next call. While the pessimist mental set leads to despair, the optimist swamps hope. One source of a positive or a negative outlook may well be inborn temperament. Some people by nature tend one way or the other. By as we shall also see in chapter 14, temperament can be tempered by experience. Optimism and hope, like helplessness and despair, can be learned. Underlying both is an outlook psychologists call self efficiency. The belief that one has mastery over the events of one's life and can meet challenges as they come up. Developing for a competency of any kind strengthens the sense of self efficacy, making a person more willing to take risks and seek out more demanding challenges. And surmounting those challenges in turn increases a sense of self efficacy. This attitude makes people more likely to make the best use of whatever skills they may have or to do what it takes to develop them. Albert Bandra, a Stanford psychologist who has done much of the research on self efficacy, sums it up well. People's belief about their abilities have a profound effect on those abilities. Ability is not a fixed property, there is a huge variability in how you perform. People who have a sense of self efficacy bounce back from failure. They approach things in terms of how to handle them rather than worrying about what can go wrong. Flow, the neurobiology of excellence. A composer describes those moments when his work is at its best. You yourself are in an ecstatic state to such a point that you feel as thought you almost don't exist. I have experienced this time and again. My hand seems devoid of myself and I have nothing to do with what is happening. I just sit there watching in a state of awe and wonderment, and it just flows out by itself. His description is remarkably similar to those of hundreds of diverse men and women, rock climbers, chess champions, surgeons, basketball players, engineers, managers, even filling clerks. When they tell of a time they outdid themselves in some favored activity, the state they describe is called flow by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, the University of Chicago psychologist who has collected such accounts of peak performance during 2 decades of research. Athletes know this state of grace as a zone where excellence becomes effortless, crowd and competitors disappearing into a blissful, steady absorption in the moment. Dions Rofe Steenrotter, who captured a gold medal in the skiing at the 1994 Winter Olympics, said after she finished her turn at sky racing that she remembered nothing about it but being immersed in relaxation. I felt like a waterfall. Being able to enter flow is emotional intelligence at its best. Flow represents perhaps the ultimate in harshening the emotions in the service of performance and learning. In flow, the emotions are not just contained and channeled, but positive, energetic, and aligned with the task at hand. To be caught in an inner of depression or the agitation of anxiety is to barred from flow. Yet, flow is an experience almost everyone enters from time to time, particularly when performing at their peak or stretched beyond their formal limits. It is perhaps best captured by aesthetic lovemaking, the merging of two into a floody harmonic one. That experience is a glorious one. The hallmark of flow is a feeling of spontaneous joy, even rapture, because flow feels so good. It is intrinsically rewarding. It is a state in which people become utterly absorbed in what they are doing, paying undivided attention to the task. Their awareness merged with their action. Indeed, it interrupts flow to reflect too much on what is happening. The very thought, I am doing this wonderfully, can break the feeling of flow. Attention becomes so focused that the people are aware only of the narrow range of perception related to the immediate task, losing track of time and space. A surgeon, for example, recalled a challenging operation during which he was in flow. When he completed the surgery, he noticed some rubble on the floor of the operating room and asked what had happened. He was amazed on hear that while he was so intent on the surgery, part of the ceiling had caved in. He hadn't noticed at all. Flow is a state of self forgetfulness, the opposite of rumination and worry. Instead of being lost in nervous preoccupation, people in flow are so absorbed in the task at hand they lose all self consciousness, dropping the small preoccupation. Health builds even doing well of daily life. In this sense, moments of flow are egoless. Paradoxically, people in flow exhibit a mastery control of what they are doing. Their response perfectly attended to the challenging demands of the task. And although people perform at their peak while in a flow, they are unconcerned with how they are doing with thoughts of success or failure. The sheer pleasure of the act itself is what motivates them. There are several ways to enter flow. One is to intentionally focus a sharp attention on the task at hand. A highly concentrated state is the essential flow. There seems to be a feedback loop at the gateway to this zone. It can require considerable effort to get calm and focused enough to begin the task. This first step takes some discipline, but when focus starts to lock in, it takes on a force of its own, both offering relief from emotional turbulence and making the task effortless. Entry to this zone can also occur when people find a task they are skilled at and engage in it at a level that slightly taxes their ability. As Sigchant Mihalia told, people seem to concentrate best when the demands on them are a bit greater than usual and they are able to give more than usual. If there is too little demand on them, people are bored. If there is too much for them to handle, they get anxious. Flow occurs in that delicate zone between boredom and anxiety. The spontaneous pleasure, grace, and effectiveness that characterize flow are incompatible. The emotional hijackings in which limbic surges capture the rest of the brain. The quality of attention in flow is relaxed yet highly focused. It is a concentration very different from straining to pay attention when we are tired or bored, or when our focus is under switch from intrusive feelings such as anxiety or anger. Flow is a state devoid of emotional static save for a compiling, highly motivating feeling of mild ecstasy. That ecstasy seems to be a byproduct of the attentional focus that is a prerequisite of flow. Indeed, the classic literature of contemplative traditions describes states of absorption that are experienced as pure bliss. Flow induced by nothing more than intense concentration. Watching someone in flow gives the impression that the difficult is easy. Peak performance appears natural and ordinary. This impression parallels what is going on within the brain, where a similar paradox is repeated. The most challenging tasks are done with a minimum expenditure of mental energy. In flow, the brain is in a cool state. Its arousal and inhibition of neural circuitry attuned to the demand of that moment. When people are engaged in activities that effortlessly capture and hold their attention, their brain quiets down in the sense that there is lessening of cortical arousal. The discovery is remarkable given that flow allows people to tackle the most challenging task in a given domain, whether playing against a chess master or solving a complex mathematical problem. The expectations would be that such challenging tasks would require more cortical activity, not less. But a key to flow is that it occurs only within reach of the summit of ability, where skills are well rehearsed and neutral circuits are more efficient. A strained concentration, a focus fueled by worry, produces increased cortical activation, but the zone of flow and optimal performance seems to be an oasis of cortical efficiency with a bare minimum of mental energy expended. That makes sense, perhaps, in the terms of a skilled practice that allows people to get into flow. Having mastered the moves of a task, whether a physical one such as rock climbing or a mental one, such as computer programming, means that the brain can be more efficient in performing them. Well practiced moves require much less brain effort that do one just being learned, or those that are still too hard. Likewise, when the brain is working less efficiently because of fatigue or nervousness, as happens at the end of a long stressful day, there is blurry of the precision of the cortical effort, with too many superfluous areas being activated, a neural state experienced as being highly distracted. The same happens in boredom, but when the brain is operating at peak efficiency as in flow, there is a precise relation between the active areas and the demand of the task. In this state, even hard can seem refreshing or replenishing rather than draining. Learning and flow, a new model for education. Because flow emerges in the zone in which an activity challenges people to the fullest of their capacities. As their skills increase, it takes a heightened challenge to get into flow. If a task is too simple, it is boring. If too challenging, the result is anxiety rather than flow. It can be argued that mastery in a craft or skill is spurred on by the experience of flow, that the motivation to get better and better at something, be it playing with violin, dancing, or James placing, is at least in part to stay in flow while doing it. Indeed, in a study of 200 artists 18th year after they left art school, Siggent Mihalia found that it was those who in their student days had savored the sheer joy of painting itself who had become serious painters. Those who had been motivated in art school by dreams of fame and wealth, for those most part drifted away from art after graduating. Sigant Mihalia concludes, painters must want to paint above all else. If the artist in front of canvas begins to wonder how much he will sell it for or what the critics will think of it, he won't be able to pursue original avenues. Creative achievements depend on single-minded immersion. Just as flow is a prerequisite for mastery in a craft, profession, or art, so too with learning. Students who get into flow as they study do better, quite apart from their potential as measured by achievement test. Students in a special Chicago high school for the sciences, all of whom had scored in the top 5% on a test of math proficiency, were rated by their math teachers as high or low achievers. Then the way these students spent their time was monitored, each student carrying a beeper that signaled them at random times during the day to write down what they are doing and what their mood was. Not surprisingly, the low achievers spent only about 15 hours a week studying at home, much less than 27 hours a week of homework done by their high achieving peers. The low achieving peers spent most of the hours during which they were not able to study in sociology, hanging out with friends and families. When their moods were analyzed, a telling finding emerged. Both the high and low achievers spent a great deal of time during the week being bored by activities such as TV watching that pose no challenge to their abilities. Such, after all, is a lot of teenagers. But the key difference was that in their experience of studying. For the high achievers, studying gave them the pleasing, absorbing challenge of flow. 40% of the hours they spent at it. But for the low achievers, studying produced flow only 16% of the time. More often than not, it ill anxiety. With the demands outreaching their abilities, the low achievers found pleasure and flow in sociology, not in studying. In short, students who achieve up to the level of this academic potential and beyond are more often drawn to study because it puts them in flow. Sadly, the low achievers, by failing to own the skills that would get them in a flow, both forfeit the enjoyment of study and run the risk of limiting the level of intellectual tasks that will be enjoyable to them in the future. Howard Gardner, the Harvard psychologist who developed the theory of multiple intelligences flow and the positive states that typify it, as part of healthiest way to teach children, motivating them from inside rather than by threat or promise of reward. We should use kids' positive states to draw them into learning in the dominion domains where they can develop competencies. Gardner proposed to me. Flow is an internal state that signifies a kid is engaged in a task that writes. You have to find something you like and stick to it. It's when kids got bored in school, when they fight and act up, and when they are overwhelmed by a challenge that they get anxious about their schoolwork. But you learn at your best when you have something you care about and you can get pleasure from being engaged in. The strategy used in many of the schools that are putting Gardner model of multiple intelligence into practice revolves around identifying a child's profile of natural competencies and playing to the strengths as well as trying to shore up the weakness. A child who is naturally talented in music or movement, for example, will enter flow more easily in that domain than in those where she is less able. Knowing a child profile can help a teacher fine tune the way a topic is presented to a child and offer lessons at the level from remedial to highly advanced that is most likely to provide an optimal challenge. Doing this makes learning more pleasurable, neither fearsome nor a bore. That the hope is that when kids gain flow from learning, they will be emboldened to take and challenge in new areas, says Gardner, adding that experience suggests this in the case. More generally, the flow model suggests that achieving mastery of any skill or body of language should ideally happen naturally as a child is drawn to the areas that spontaneously engaged her, that in essence she loves. That initial passion can be the seed for high levels of attainment as a child comes to realize that pursuing the field, whether it is be dance, math, or music, is a source of joy, of flow. And since it takes pushing the limits of one's ability to sustain flow that becomes a prime motivator for getting better and better, it makes the child happy. This is, of course, a more positive model of learning and education than most of us encountered in a school. Who does not recall school, at least in parts, as endless, dreary hours of boredom, punctuated by moments of high anxiety? Pursuing flow through learning is a more human, natural, and very likely more effective way to marshal emotions in the service of education. Thus speaks to the more general sense in which channeling emotions towards a productive end is a master aptitude, whether it be in controlling impulse and putting off gratification, regulating our moods so they facilitate rather than impede thinking, motivating ourselves to persist and try again in the face of setbacks, or finding ways to enter flow and so perform more effectively. All bespeak the power of emotion to guide effective effort. Emotional Intelligence, Chapter 7, The Roots of Empathy. Back to Gary, the brilliant but alzheimer's surgeon who so distressed his fiancée Ellen by being oblivious not only to his own feelings but to hers as well. Like most alzheimer's, he lacked empathy as well as insight. If Ellen spoke of feeling down, Gary failed to sympathize. If she spoke of love, he changed the subject. Gary would make helpful critiques of things Ellen did. Not realizing these critics made her feel attacked and not helped. Empathy builds on self-awareness. The more open we are to our own emotions, the more skilled we will be in reading feelings. Alexithymix like Gary, who have no idea what they feel themselves, are at a complete loss when it comes to knowing what anyone else around them is feeling. They are emotionally tone deaf, the emotional notes and chords that weave through people's words and actions, the telling tone of voice or shift in posture, the eloquent silence or telltale tremble go by unnoted. Confused about their own feelings, alexithymics are equally bewildered when other people express their feelings to them. This failure to register another feelings is a major defeat in emotional intelligence and a tragic failing in what it means to be human. For all report, the root of caring stems from emotional attunement, from the capacity for empathy. That capacity, the ability to know how another feels, comes into play in a vast array of life arenas, from sales and management to romance and parenting. To compassion and political action, the absence of empathy is also telling. Its lack is seen in criminal, psychopaths, rapists, and child molesters. People emotions are rarely put into words, far more often they are expressed through other cues. The key to intuiting another feelings is in the ability to read non-verbal channels, tone of voice, gesture, facial expression, and the like. Perhaps the largest body of research on people's ability to read such non-verbal messages by Robert Rosenthal, a Harvard psychologist, and his students. Rosenthal devised a test of empathy, the PONS profile of nonverbal sensitivity, a series of videotapes of a young woman expressing feelings ranging from loathing to motherly love. The scenes span the spectrum from a jealous rage to asking forgiveness, from a show of gratitude to a seduction. The video has been edited so that in each portrayal, one or more channels of non-verbal communication are systematically blanked out, in addition to having the words muffled. For example, in some scenes, all other cues but the facial expression are blocked. In others, only the body movements are shown, and so on, through the main non-verbal channels of communication, so that viewers have to detect emotion from one or another specific non-verbal cue. In test with other 7,000 people in the United States and 18 other countries, the benefits of being able to read feelings from non-verbal cues, including being better adjusted emotionally, more popular, more outgoing, and perhaps not surprisingly, more sensitive. In general, women are better than men at this kind of empathy, and people whose performance improved over the course of the 45-minute test, a sign that they have a talent for picking up empathy skills, also had better relationship with the opposite sex. Empathy, it should be no surprise to learn, helps with romantic life. In keeping with findings about other elements of emotional intelligence, there was only an incidental relationship between scores on this measure of empathic acuity and SAT or IQ scores or school achievement test. Empathy independence from academic intelligence has been found too in testing with a version of the PONS designed for children. In test with 1011 children, those who showed and aptitude for reading feelings non-verbally were among the most popular in their schools. The most emotionally stable, they also did better in school, even though on average their IQs were not higher than those of children who are less skilled at reading non-verbal messages, suggesting that mastering this empathic ability smooths the way for classroom effectiveness. Just as the mode of the rational mind is words, the mode of the emotion is non-verbal. Indeed, when a person's words disagree with what is conveyed via his tone of voice, gesture, or other non-verbal channel, the emotional truth is in how he says something rather than in what he says. One rule of thumb used in communication research is that 90% or more of an emotional message is non-verbal, and such messages, anxiety in someone's tone of voice, irritation in the quickness of gesture, are almost always taken in unconcisely, without paying specific attention to the nature of the message but simply tacitly receiving it and responding. The skills that allow us to do this well or poorly are also for the most part learned tacitly. How empathy unfolds. The moment Hope, just 9 months old, saw another baby fall, tears welled up in their own eyes, and she crawled off to be comforted by her mother, as though it was she who had been hurt. And 15-month-old Michael went to get his own teddy bear for his crying friend Paul. When Paul kept crying, Michael retrieved Paul's security blanket for him. Both these small acts of sympathy and caring were observed by mothers trained to record such incident of empathy in action. The result of the study suggests that the roots of empathy can be traced to infancy virtually from the day they are born. Infants are upset when they hear another infant crying, a response some see as the earliest precursor of empathy. Developmental psychologists have found that infants feel sympathetic distress even before they fully realize that they exist apart from other people. Even a few months after birth, infants react to a disturbance in those around them as though it were their own crying when they see another child's tears. By 1 year or so, they start to realize the mystery is not their own but someone else, though they still seem confused over what to do about it. In research by Martin L. Hoffman at New York University, for example, a 1 year old brought his own mother over to comfort a crying friend, ignoring the friend's mother who was alone so in the room. This confusion is seen too when 1 year old imitate the distress of someone else, possibly to better comprehend what they are feeling. For example, if another baby hurts her fingers, a 1 year old might put her own fingers in her mouth to see if she hurts too. On seeing his mother cry, one baby wiped his own eyes, though they had no tears. Such motor mimicry, as it is called, is the original technical sense of the word empathy as it was first used in 1920 by E.B. Titchener, an American psychologist. This sense is slightly different from its original introduction into English from a Greek empathia, feeling into, a term used initially by theoreticians of aesthetics for the ability to perceive the subjective experience of another person. Titcher's theory was that empathy stemmed from a sort of physical imitations of the distress of another, which then evokes the same feelings in oneself. He shout a word that would distinct from sympathy, which can be felt for the general plight of another, with no sharing whatever of what that other person is feeling. Motor mimicry fades from toddlers' repertoire at around 2.5 years, at which point they realize that someone else's pain is different from their own and are better able to comfort them. A typical incident from a mother's diary. A neighbor baby cries and Jenny approaches and tries to give him some cookies. She follows him around and begins to whimper to herself. She then tries to stroke his hair but he pulls away. He calms down but Jenny still looks worried. She continues to bring him toys and to pat his head and shoulders. At this point in their development, toddlers begin to diverge from one another in their overall sensitivity to other people's emotional upsets, with some, like Jenny, keenly aware and other tuning out. A series of studies by Marian Radke Yarrow and Caroline Zen Wexler at the National Institute of Mental Health showed that a large part of this difference in empathic concern had to do with how parents discipline their children. Children they found were more empathic when the discipline included calling strong. Children they found were more empathic when the discipline included calling strong attention to the distress their misbehavior caused someone else. Look how sad you have made her feel instead of that was naughty. They found too that children empathy is also shaped by seeing how others react when someone else is distressed. By imitating what they see, children develop a repertoire of empathic response, especially in helping other people who are distressed. The well attuned child. Sarah was 25 when she gave birth to twins boys, Mark and Fred. Mark, she felt, was more like herself, Fred was more like his father. That perception may have been the seed of a telling but subtle difference in how she treated each boy. When the boys were just 3 months old, Shara would often try to catch Fred's gaze, and when he would avert his face, she would try to catch his eyes again. Fred would respond by turning away. More empathically, once she would look away, Fred would look back at her, and the cycle of pursuit and aversion would begin again, often leaving Fred in tears. But with Mark, Shara virtually never tried to impose eye contact as she did with Fred. Instead, Mark would break off eye contact whenever he wanted, and she would not pursue. A small act but telling. A year later, Fred was noticeable more fearful and dependent at Mark. One way he showed his fearfulness way by breaking off eye contact with other people, as he had done with his mother at 3 months, turning his face down and away. Mark, on the other hand, looked people straight in the eye when he wanted to break off contact. He would turn his head slightly upward and to side with a waning smile. The twins and their mother were observed so minutely when they took part in research by Daniel Stern, a psychiatrist that at Cornell University School of Medicine, Stern is fascinated by the small, repeated exchanges that take place between parent and child. He believes that the most basic lessons of emotional life are laid down in these intimate moments. Of all such moments, the most critical are those that let the children know her emotions are met with empathy, accepted, and reciprocated in a process Stern calls attunement. The twins' mother was attuned with Mark but out of emotional snatch with Fred. Stern contends that the countlessly repeated moments of attunement or misattunement between parent and child shape the emotional expectations adults bring to their close relationship. Perhaps far more than the more dramatic events of childhood. Attunements occur tacitly as a part of the realm of relationship. Stern has studied it with microscopic precision through video tapping hours of mothers with their infants. He finds that through attunement, mothers let their infants know they have a sense of what the infant is feeling. A baby squeals with delight, for example, and the mother affirms that delight by giving the baby a gentle shake, cooling or matching the pitch of her voice to the baby's squeal. Or a baby shakes his rattle and she gives him a quick simpy in response. In such an interaction, the affirming message is in the mother more or less matching the baby's level of excitement. Such small attunements give an infant the reassuring feeling of being emotionally connected, a message that the Stern finds mothers send about once a minute when they interact with their babies. Attunement is very different from the simple imitations. If you just imitate a baby, Stern told me, that only shows you know what he did, not how he felt. To let him know you sense how he feels, you have to play back these inner feelings in another way. Then the baby knows he is understood. Making love is perhaps the closest approximation in adult life to this intimate attunement between infant and mother. Love making, Stern writes, involves the experience of sensing the other subjectives state, shared desire, allying intentions, and mutual states of simultaneously shifting arousal, with lovers responding to each other in a synchrony that gives the tacit sense of deep rapport. Love making is at its best an act of mutual empathy. At its worst, it lacks any such emotional mutuality. The cost of misattunement. Stern holds that from repeated attunements, an infant begins to develop a sense that other people can and will share in her feelings. This sense seems to emerge at around 8 months when infants begin to realize they are separate from others and continues to be shaped by intimate relationship throughout life. When parents are misattuned to a child, it is deeply upsetting. In one experiment, Stern had mothers deliberately over or under respond to their infants rather than matching them in an attuned way. The infants responded with immediate dismay and distress. Prolonged absence of attunement between parent and child takes a tremendous emotional toll on the child. When a parent consistently fails to show any empathy with a particular range of emotion in the child, joys, tears, needing to cradle, the child begins to avoid expressing and perhaps even feeling those same emotions. In this way, presumably entire ranges of emotions can begin to be obliterated from the repertoire for intimate relations, especially if through childhood those feelings continue to be covertly or overtly discouraged. By the same token, children can come to favor an unfortunate range of emotions depending on which moods are reciprocated. Even infants catch moods. 3-month-old babies of depressed mothers, for example, mirrored their mother's moods while playing with them, displaying more feelings of anger and sadness and much less spontaneous curiosity and interest compared to infants whose mothers were not depressed. One mother in Easton's study consistently underreacted to her baby's level of activity. Eventually, her baby learned to be passive. An infant treated that way learns, when I get excited, I can't get my mother to be equally excited, so I may as well not try at all. Easton contends, but there is hope in reparative relationship throughout life with friends or relatives, for example, or in a psychotherapy, continually reshape your working model of relationship. And imbalance at that point can be corrected later. It is ongoing lifelong process. Indeed, several theories of psychoanalysis see the therapeutic relationship as providing just such as emotional corrective a reparative experience of attunement. Mirroring is a term used by some psychoanalytic thinkers for the therapist reflecting back to the client and understanding of his inner state, such as attuned mother does with her infant. The emotional psychomery is unstated and outside conscious awareness through a patient may bask in the sense of being deeply acknowledged and understood. The lifetime emotional cost of lack of attunement in childhood can be great and not just for the child. A study of criminals who committed the cruelest and most violent crimes found that the one characteristic of their early lives that set them apart from other criminals was that they had been shuttled from foster home to foster home or raised in orphanage. Life histories that suggest emotional neglect and little opportunity for attunement. While emotional neglect seems to dull empathy, there is a paradoxical result from intense sustained emotional abuse, including cruel, sadistic threats, humiliations, and plain meanness. Children who endure such abuse can become hyper alert to the emotions of those around them, in what amounts to a post traumatic vigilance to clues that have signaled threat, such as obsessive preoccupations with the feeling of others, is typically of psychological abuse. Children who in adulthood suffer the mercurial intense emotional ups and downs that are sometimes diagnosed as borderline personality disorder. Many such people are gifted at sensing what others around them are feeling, and it is quite common for them to report having suffered emotional abuse in childhood. The neurology of empathy. As is so often the case in neurology, reports of Kikri and Bejer cases were among the early clues to the brain basis of empathy. A 1975 report, for instance, reviewed several cases in which patients with certain lesions in the right area of the frontal lobes had a curious deficit. They were unable to understand the emotional message in people's tone of voice, though they were perfectly able to understand their words. A sarcastic thanks, a graceful thanks, and an angry thanks all had the same neutral meaning for them. By contrast, a 1979 report spoke of patients with injuries in other parts of the right hemisphere who had a very different gap in their emotional perception. These patients were unable to express their own emotions through their tone of voice or by gesture. They knew what they felt, but they simply could not convey it. All these cortical brain regions, the various authors noted, had strong connections to the limbic system. These studies were reviewed as background to a seminal paper by Leslie Brothers, a psychiatrist at the California Institute of Technology, on the biology of empathy. Reviewing both neurological findings and comparative studies with animals, Brothers point to the amygdala and its connections to the association area of the visual cortex as part of the key brain circuitry underlying empathy. Much of the relevant neurological research is from work with animals, especially non human primates, that such primates display empathy or emotional communication, as Brothers prefers to say, is clear not just from anecdotal accounts but also from studies such as the following. Rhesus monkeys were trained first to fear a certain tone by hearing it while they received an electric shock. Then they learned to avoid the electric shock by pushing a lever whenever they heard the tone. Next, pairs of these monkeys were put in separate cages, their only communication being through closed circuit TV, which allowed them to see pictures of the face of the other monkey. The first monkey, but not the second, then heard the dreaded tone sound, which brought a look of fear to its face. At that moment, the second monkey, seeing fear on the face of the first, pushed that lever that prevented the shock, an act of empathy, if not of altruism. Having established that non human primates do indeed read emotions from the faces of their peers, researchers gently inserted long, fine tipped electrodes into the brains of monkeys. These electrodes allowed the recording of activity in a single neuron. Electrodes tapping neurons in the visual cortex and in the amygdala showed that when one monkey saw the face of another, that information led to a neuron firing first in the visual cortex, then in the amygdala. This pathway, of course, is a standard route for information that is emotionally arousing, but what is surprising about the results from such studies is that they have also identified neurons in the visual cortex that seems to fire only in response to specific facial expressions or gestures, such as threatening opening of the mouth, a fearful grimace, or a docile crouch. These neurons are distinct from others in the same reason that recognize familiar faces. This would seem to mean that the brain is designed from the beginning to respond to specific emotional expressions, that is, empathy is a given of biology. Another line of evidence for the key role of the amygdala cortical pathway is reading and responding to emotions. Brothers suggest is research in which monkeys in the wild had the connections to and from the amygdala and the cortex severed. When they were released back to their troops, these monkeys were able to content with ordinary tasks such as feeding themselves and climbing trees. But the unfortunate monkeys had lost all sense of how to respond emotionally to other monkeys in their band. Even when one made a friendly approach, they would run away and eventually lived as isolates, sharing contact with their own troop. The very regions of the cortex where the emotion specific neurons concentrate are also Brodher's nodes. Those with the heaviest connections to the amygdala reading emotions involves the amygdala cortical circuitry, which has a key role in orchestrating the appropriate responses. The survival value of such a system is obvious for non-human primates, notes Brothers. The perception of another individual approach should give rise to a specific pattern and very quickly tailored to whether the intent is to bite, to have a quiet grooming session, or to copulate. A similar psychological basis for empathy in us humans is suggested in research by Robert Levinson, a University of California at Berkeley psychologist who has studied married couples trying to guess what their partner is feeling during a heated discussion. His method is simple. The couple is videotaped and their psychological response is measured while talking over some troubling issues in their marriage, how to discipline the kids, spending habits, and the like. Each partner reviews the tapes and narrates what he or she was feeling from the moment to moment. Then the partner reviews the tape at the second time, now trying to read the other's feeling. The most empathic accuracy occurred in those husband and wives whose own psychology tracked that of spouse they were watching. That is, when their partner had an elevated sweet response, so did they. When their partner had a drop in heart rate, their hearts slowed. In short, their body mimicked the subtle moment to moment physical reactions of their spouse. If the viewer's psychological patterns simply repeated their own during the original interactions, they were very poor at surmising what their partner was feeling. Only when their bodies were in snitch was their empathy. This suggests that when the emotional brain is driving the body with a strong reaction, the heat of anger, say, there can be little or no empathy. Empathy requires enough calm and receptivity so that the subtle signals of feeling from another person can be received and the mimicked by one's emotional brain. Empathy and ethics, the roots of altruism. Never stand to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee is one of the most famous lines in English literature. John Donne's sentiment speaks to the heart of the link between empathy and caring. Another pain is one's own. To feel with another is to care. In this sense, the opposite of empathy is antipathy. The empathic attitude is engaged again and again in moral judgments. For moral dilemmas involve potential victims. Should you lie to keep from hurting a friend's feeling? Should you keep a promise to visit a sick friend or to accept a last minute invitation to a dinner party instead? When should a life support system be kept going for someone who would otherwise die? These moral questions are posed by the empathy researchers Martin Hoffman, who argues that the roots of morality are to be found in empathy. Since it is empathizing with the potential victims, someone in pain, danger, or deprivation, say, ensures sharing their distress, that the most people to act to help them. Beyond this immediate link between empathy and altruism in personal encounters, Hoffman proposes that the same capacity for empathic affect for putting oneself in another place leads people to follow certain moral principles. Hoffman sees a natural progression in empathy from infancy onwards. As we have seen, at 1 year of age, a child feels in distress herself when she sees another fall and start to cry. Her rapport is so strong and immediate that she puts her thumb in her mouth and buries her head in her mother's lap as if she herself were hurt. After the first year, when infants become more aware that they are distinct from others, they actively try to soothe another crying infant, offering them their teddy bears. For example, as early as the age of 2, children begin to realize that someone else's feelings differ from their own, and so they become more sensitive to cues revealing what another actually feels. At this point, they might, for example, recognize that another child pride might mean that the best way to help them deal with their tears is not to call undue attention to them. By late childhood, the most advanced level of empathy emerges as the child are able to understand distress beyond the immediate situation and to see that someone's condition or station in life may be a source of chronic distress. At this point, they can feel for the plight of an entire group, such as poor, oppressed, and the outcast. That understanding in adolescence can buttress moral convictions centered on wanting to alleviate misfortune and injustice. Empathy underlies many facets of moral judgment and action. One is empathic anger, which John Stuart Mill described as a natural feeling of retaliation, rendered by intellect and sympathy applicable to those who hurts which wounds us through wounding others. Mill dubbed this the guardian of justice. Another instance in which empathy leads to moral action is when a bystander is moved to intervene on behalf of a victim. The research shows that the more empathy a bystander feels for the victim, the more likely it is that she will intervene. There is some evidence that the level of empathy people feel shades their moral judgments as well. For example, studies in Germany and United States found that the more empathic people are, the more they favor the more principles that resources should be allocated according to the people's need. Life without empathy, the mind of the monster, the morals of the sociopath. Eric Eckart was involved in an infamous crime, the bodyguard of Scatter Tonya Harding. Eckert had arranged to have Tunks attack Nancy Kerrigan, Harding's arch-rival for the 1994 Women's Olympic figure skating gold medal. In the attack, Kerrigan's knee was battered, sidelining her during crucial training months. But when Agdot showed the image of a shopping Kerrigan on television, he had a sudden rush of remorse and sought out a friend to bear his secret, beginning the sequence that led to the arrest of the attackers. Such is the power of the empathy. But it is typically and tragically lacking in those who commit the most mean-spirited of crimes. A psychological fault line is common to rapists, child molesters, and many perpetrators of family violence alike. They are incapable of empathy. This inability to feel their victims' pains allows them to tell themselves lies that encourage their crime. For rapists, the lies include woman really wants to be raped, or if she resists, she just playing hard to get for molesters. I'm not hurting the child, just showing love, or this is just another form of affection. For physically abusive parent, this is just called discipline. These self justifications are all collected from what people being treated for these problems say they have told themselves as they were brutalizing their victims or preparing to do so. The blotting out of empathy as these people inflict damage on victims is almost always part of an emotional cycle that precipitates their cruel acts. Witness the emotional sequence that typically leads to a sex crime such as child molestation. The cycle begins with the molester feeling upset, angry, depressed, lonely. These sentiments might be triggered by, say, watching happily couples on TV and then feeling depressed about being alone. The monster then seeks solace in a favored fantasy, typically about a warm friendship with a child. The fantasy becomes sexual and ends in masturbation. Afterward, the monster feels a temporary relief from the sadness, but the relief is short lived. The depression and the loneliness return even more strongly. The monster begins to think about acting out the fantasy, telling himself justification like, I'm not doing any real harm if the child is not physically hurt. And if a child really didn't want to have sex with me, she could stop it. At this point, the monster is seeing the child through the lens of the perverted fantasy, not with empathy for what a real child would feel in the situation. That emotional detachment characterizes everything that follows, from ensuring plan to get a child alone to the careful rehearsal of what will happen and then the execution of the plan. All of it is pursued as though the child involved had no feelings of her own. Instead, the monster projects on her the cooperative attitude of the child in his fantasy. Her feelings, revulsions, fear, disgust do not register. If they did, it would ruin things for the monster. The utter lack of empathy for their victims is one of the main focuses of new treatments being devised for child molesters and other such offenders. In one of the most promising treatment programs, the offenders read heart-wrenching accounts of crime like their own told from the victim's perspective. They also watch videotapes of victims tearfully telling what it was like to be molested. The offenders then write about their own offense from victims' point of view, imaging what the victim felt. They read this account to a therapy group and try to answer questions about the assault from the victim's perspective. Finally, the offender goes through a simulated reenactment of the crime, this time playing the role of the victim. William Pithers, the Vermont prison psychologist who developed this perspective taking therapy, told me empathy with the victim shifts perception so that the denial of the pain, even in one's fantasies, is difficult and so strengthens the man's motivation to fight their perverse sexual urges. Sex offenders who have been through the program in prison had only half the rate of subsequent offenses after release compared to those who had no such treatment. Without this initial empathy inspired motivation, none of the rest of treatment will work. While there may be some small hope for instilling a sense of empathy in offenders such as child molesters, there is much less for another criminal type, the psychopaths. The psychopaths are notorious for being both charming and completely without remorse for even the most cruel and heartless acts. Psychopathy, the incapacity to feel empathy or compassion of any sort or the least tricks of conscience, is one of the most perplexing of emotional defects. The heart of the psychopath's coldness seems to lie in an inability to make anything more than the shallowest of emotional connections. The cruelest of criminals, such as sadistic serial killers who delight in the suffering of their victims before they die, are the epitome of psychopathy. Psychopaths are also glib liars, willing to say anything to get what they want, and they manipulate their victims' emotions with the same cynicism. Consider the performance of Pharaoh, a 17-year-old member of Los Angeles gang who crippled a mother and her baby in a drive-by shooting, which he described with more pride than remorse. Driving in a car with Leon Bing, who was writing a book about the Los Angeles gangs, the Crips, and the Bloods. Pharaoh wants to show off. Pharaoh tells Bling he is gonna look crazy at the two dudes in the next car as Bing recounts the exchange. The driver, sensing that someone is looking at him, glances over at my car. His eyes connect with Pharaoh's widen for an instant, then he breaks the contact, looks down, looks away, and there is no mistaking what I saw there. In his eyes, it was fear. Pharaoh demonstrated the look he flashed at the back the next car for Bing. He looks straight at me and everything about his face shifts and changes as if by some trick of time lapse photography. It becomes a nightmare face and it is a scary thing to see. It tells you that if you return his stare, if you challenge this kid, you would better be able to stand your ground. His look tells you that he doesn't care about anything and not your life and not his. Of course, in behavior as complex as crime, there are many plausible explanations that do not evoke a biological basis. One might be that a perverse kind of emotional skill intimidating other people has survival value in violent neighborhood, as might turning to crime. In these cases, too much empathy might be counterproductive. Indeed, an Opportunistic lack of empathy may be virtue in many roles in life, from bad cop, police interrogate to corporate raider. Men who have been torturers for terrorist state, for example, describe how they learn to dissociate from the feeling of their victims in order to do their job. There are many routes to manipulativeness. One of the more ominous ways this absence of empathy may display itself was discovered by accident in a study of the most vicious of wife batterers. The research revealed a psychological anomaly among many of the most violent husbands who regularly beat up their wives or threaten them with knives or guns. The husband do so in a cold, calculating state rather than while being carried away by the heat of a fury. As this anger mounts, the anomaly emerges. Their heart rate drops instead of climbing higher, as is ordinarily the case with mounting fury. This means they are growing psychologically calmer even as they get more belligerent and abusive. Their violence appears to be calculated act of terrors, a method of controlling their wives by instilling fear. These cruelly brutal husbands are a breed apart from most other men who batter their wives. For one, they are far more likely to be violent outside the marriage as well, getting into bar fights and battling with co-workers and other family members. And while most men who become violent with their wives do so impulsively out of range after feeling rejected or jealous or out of fear of abandonment. These calculating batters will strike out at their wives seemingly for no reason at all, and once they start, nothing she does, including trying to leave, seems to restrain their violence. Some researchers who study criminal psychopaths suspect their cold manipulativeness, such absence of empathy or caring, can sometimes stem from a neural defect. A possible psychological base of heartless psychopathy have been shown in two ways, both of which suggest the involvement of neural pathways to the limbic brain in people. Brain waves are measured as they try to decipher words that have been scrambled. The words are flashed very quickly for just a tenth of a second or so. Most people react differently to emotional words such as kill than to neutral words such as chair. They can decide more quickly if the emotion words was scrambled, and their brains show a distinctive wave pattern in response to the emotional words, but not the neutral ones. But psychopaths have neither of these responses. Their brains do not show the distinctive pattern in response to the emotional words, and they do not respond more quickly to them, suggesting a disruption in circuits between the verbal cortex, which recognize the word, and the limbic brain, which attaches feeling to it. Robert Hare, the University of British Columbia psychologist who has done this research, interprets these results as meaning that psychopaths have a shallow understanding of emotional words, a reflection of their more journal shallowness in the affective realm. The callousness of psychopaths, Hare believes, is based in part on another psychological pattern he discovered in earlier research, one that also suggests an irregularity in the workings of the amygdala and related circuits. Psychopaths about to receive an electrical shock show no sign of the fear response that is normal in people about to experience pain, because the prospect of pain does not trigger a surge of anxiety. Here contends that psychopaths lack concern about future punishment for what they do, and because they themselves do not fear, they have no empathy or compassion for the fear and the pain of their victims. If there are biological patterns at play in some kinds of criminality, such as neural defect in empathy, that does not argue that all criminals are biologically flawed or that there is some biological marker for crime. A controversy has raged on this issue, and the best consensus is that there is no such biological marker and certainly no criminal gene. Even if there is a biological basis for the lack of empathy in some cases, that does not mean all who have it with drift to crime. Most will not. A lack of empathy should be factored in with all the other psychological, economic, and social forces that contribute to a vector towards criminality. Emotional Intelligence, Chapter 8, The Social Arts. As so often happens to 5-year-old with younger siblings, Lan has lost all patience with Jay, his 2.5-year-old brother, who is making a mess of the Lego blocks they have been playing with. Carried away by a wave of rage, Len bites Jay, who breaks into tears. Their mother, hearing Jay's pained yelp, bustles over and scolds Lane, ordering him to put away those objects of contentions, the Lego blocks. At this, what surely must seem a gross miscarriage of justice, Lan burst out crying. Still peeved, his mother refused to console him. But Lan is proffered comfort from an unlikely source, Jay, who, although the original injured party, is now so concerned by his older brother tears that he undertakes a campaign to calm Lane down. The exchange goes something like this: Lane, don't. Jay implores. Stop crying, mate. Stop it crying. But Lane still cries, his direct play a failure. JB speaks their mother on Lane's behalf. Lane crying, mummy. Lane crying, look, me show you. Lane crying. And then turning to Lane, Jay adopts a mothering mood, patting his weeping brother as he reassures him in soothing tones. Look, Lane, no go on crying. Lane's sobs continue despite the comforting, so Jay turned to another tactic, lending a helping hand in putting away the Lego blocks in their bag with a friendly, Lane, I put it back for Lenny, hey? Even so, the tears continue. The ever ingenious Jay tries yet another strategy distraction. Showing his brother a toy car, Jay tries to draw his attention away from the minor tragedy that has just befallen him. There is this man, is here. What's this land? What's this land? Land takes no interest. He is inconsolable. His tears no end. Losing her patience with him, his mother restores to that classic parental threat. Do you want me to smack you? To which Lan responds with a waving. No, then just stop it, please, says his mother firmly, if a bit exasperatedly. Through his sobs, Lan manages a pathetic gasping, I am trying to, which prompts she finally stratagem. Borrowing his mother's firmness and voice of authority, he threatens, stop crying, Lan, smack your bottom. This microdrama reveals the remarkable emotional sophistication that a toddler of just 30 months can bring to bear in trying to manage someone else's emotions. In his urgent attempts to shoot his brother, Jay is able to draw on a large raptor of tactics ranging from a simple plea to seeking an ally in his mother, to physically comforting him, to lending a helping hand, to distraction, threats, and direct commands. No doubt Jay relies on an arsenal that has been tried with him in his own moments of distress. No matter what counts is that he can readily put them to use in a pinch even at this very young age. Of course, as very parent of young children knows, Jay's display of empathy and soothing is by no means universal. It is perhaps as likely that a child his age will see a sibling upset as a chance for vengeance, and so do whatever it takes to make the upset even worse. The same skills can be used to tears or torment a sibling, but even that mean spreadness bespeaks the emergence of a crucial emotional aptitude, the ability to know another's feeling and to act in a way that further shapes those feelings. Being able to manage emotions in someone else is a cure of the art of handling relationship. To manifest such interpersonal power, toddlers must first reach a benchmark of self control, the beginnings of the capacity to damp down their own anger and distress, their impulses and excitement, even if that ability usually falters. Attunements to others demands a modicum of calm in oneself. Tentative signs of this ability to manage their own emotions emerge around the same period. Toddlers begin to be able to wait without wailing, to argue are casual, to get their way rather than using brute force, even if they don't always choose to use this ability. Patience emerges as an alternative to tantrums, at least occasionally. and signs of empathy emerged by age 2. It was Jay's empathy, the root of compassion, that drove him to try so hard to cheer up his sobbing brother Len. Thus, handling emotions in someone else, the final art of relationships, requires the ripeness of two other emotional skills, self management and empathy. With the base, the people skills ripen. These are the social competencies that make for effectiveness in dealing with others. Defects here lead to inaptness in the social world or repeated interpersonal disasters. Indeed, it is precisely the lack of these skills that can cause even the intellectually brightest to founder in their relationship, coming off as arrogant, obnoxious, or insensitive. These social abilities allow one to shape an encounter, to mobilize and inspire others, to thrive in intimate relationships, to pursue and influence, to put others at ease. Show some emotion. One key social competence is how well or poorly people express their own feelings. Paul Ekman uses the term display rules for the social consensus about which feelings can be properly shown when. Cultures sometimes vary tremendously in this regard. For example, Ekman and colleagues in Japan studied the facial reactions of students to a horrific film about ritual circumcisions of teenage aborigines. When the Japanese student watched the film with an authority figure present, their faces shown only the slightest hints of reactions, but when they thought they were alone, their faces twisted into vivid mixes of anguish, distress, dread, and disgust. There are several basic kinds of display rules. One is minimizing the show of emotions. This is a Japanese norm for feelings of distress in the presence of someone in authority, which the students were following when they masks their upset with a poker face. Another is exaggerating what one feels by magnifying the emotional expression. This is the ploy used by a 6-year-old who dramatically twists her face into a pathetic frown, lips quivering as she runs to complain to her mother about being teased by her older brother. A third is substituting one feeling for another. This comes into play in some Asian culture when it is impolite to say no and positive assurance are given instead. How well one employs these strategies and knows when to do so. One factor in emotional intelligence. We learn these display rules very early, partially by explicit instructions, and education in display rules is imparted when we instruct a child not to seem disappointed but to smile and say thank you instead. When grandpa has given a dreadful but well meant birthday present, this education in display rules, though, is more often through modeling. Children learns to do what they see done. In educating the sentiments, emotions are both the medium and the message. If a child is told to smile and say thank you by a parent who is at that moment harsh, demanding, and cold, who hisses the message instead of warmly whispering it, the child is more likely to learn a very different lesson and in fact respond to grandpa with a frown and a curt, flat thank you. The effect on grandpa is very different. In the first case, he is happy. In the second case, he is hurt by the mixed message. Emotional displays, of course, have immediate consequences in the impact they make on the person who receives them. The rule being learned by the child is something like mask your real feelings when they will hurt someone you love. Substitute a phony but less hurtful feeling instead. Such rules for expressing emotions are more than part of the lexicon of social property. They dictate how our own feeling impact on everyone else. To follow these rules well is to have optimal impact. To do so poorly is to foment emotional havoc. Actors, of course, are artists of the emotional display. Their expressiveness is what evokes response in their audience, and no doubt some of us come into life as natural actors, but partially because the lessons we learn about display rules vary according to the models we had. People differ greatly in their adeptness, expressiveness, and emotional contagion. It was early in the Vietnam War, and an American platoon was hunkered down in some rice paddies in the heat of a firefight with the Viet Cong. Suddenly, a line of 6 monks started walking along the elevated berms that separated paddy from paddy. Perfectly calm and poised, the monks walked directly towards the line of fire. They didn't look right, they didn't look left. They walked straight through, recalls David Bush, one of the American soldiers. It was really strange because nobody shouted at him. And after they walked over the berm, suddenly all the fight was out of me. It just didn't feel like I wanted to do this anymore. At least not that day. It was have been that way for everybody because everybody quit. We just stopped fighting. The power of the monks, quietly courageous, calm to pacify soldiers in the heat of battle, illustrates a basic principle of social life. Emotions are contagious. To be sure, this tale marks an extreme. Most emotional contagion is far more subtle part of a tacit exchange that happens in every encounter. We transmit and catch moods from each other in what amounts to a subterranean economy of the psyche in which some encounters are toxic, some nourishing. This emotional exchange is typically at a subtle, almost imperceptible level. The way a salesperson says thank you can leave us feeling ignored, resented, or genuinely welcomed and appreciated. We catch feelings from one another as though they were some kind of social virus. We send emotional signals in every encounter, and those signals affect those we are with. The more adroit we are socially, the better we control the signals we send. The reserve of polite society is, after all, simply a means to ensure that no disturbing emotional leakage will unsettle the encounter. Emotional intelligence includes managing this exchange. Popular and charming are terms we use for people whom we like to be with because their emotional skills makes us feel good. People who are able to help others shoot their feelings have an especially valued social commodity. They are the soul's other turn to when in greatest emotional need. We are all part of each other toolkit for emotional change for better or for worse. Consider a remarkable demonstration of the subtle with which emotion passes from one person to another. In a simple experiment, two volunteers filled out a checklist about their moods at the moment, then simply sat facing each other quietly while waiting for an experimenter to return the room. 2 minutes later, she came back and asked them to fill out a mood checklist again. The pairs were purposely composed of one partner who was highly expressive of emotion and one who has deadpan. Invariably, the mood of the one who was more expensive of emotions had been transferred to the more passive partner. How does this magical transmission occur? The most likely answer is that we unconsciously imitate the emotions we see displayed by someone else. Through and out of awareness, motor mimicry of their facial expression, gestures, tone of voice, and other nonverbal markers of emotion. Through this imitation, people recreate in themselves the mood of the other person, a low-key version of the Stanislavski method in which actors recall gestures, movements, and other expressions of an emotion they have felt strongly in the past in order to evoke those feelings once again. The day-to-day imitation of feelings is ordinarily quite subtle. If Dimberg, a Swedish researcher at the University of Uppsala, found it that when people wear smiling or angry face, their own faces show evidence of that same mood, so slightly change in the facial muscles. The changes are evident through electronic sensors but are typically not visible to the naked eye. When two people interact, the direction of the mood transmit is known. The one who is more forceful is expressing feelings to the one who is more passive. But some people are particularly susceptible to emotion contagion. Their innate sensitivity makes their autonomic nervous system more easily triggered. This liability seems to make them more impressionable. Sentimental commercials can move them to tears, while a quick chat with someone who is feeling cheerful can buy them more empathetic. John Kakiopo, the social psychologist at Ohio State University who had studied this subtle emotion exchange, observed just seeing someone express an emotion can evoke that mood, whether you realize you mimic the facial expression or not. This happens to us all the time. There is a dance, a synchrony A transmission of emotion. This mood synchrony determines whether you feel an interaction went well or not. The degree of emotional rapport people feel in an encounter is mirrored by how tightly orchestrated their physical movements are as they talk. An index of closeness that is typically out of awareness. One person notes just as the other makes a point, or both shift in their chairs at the same moment, or one leans forward as the one moves back. The orchestration can be as subtle as both people rocking in swivel chairs at the same time, just as Daniel Stern found in watching the synchrony between attuned mothers and their infants. The same reciprocity links the movements of people who feel emotional rapport. This synchrony seems to facilitate the sending and receiving of moods even if the moods are negative. For example, in one study of physical synchrony, women who were depressed came to a laboratory with their romantic partners and discussed a problem in their relationship. The more synchrony between the partners at the non-verbal level, the worse the depressed women partners felt after the discussion. They had caught their girlfriend's bad moods. In short, whether people feel upbeat or down, the more physically attuned their encounter, the more similar their moods will become. The synchrony between teachers and student indicates how much rapport they feel. Studies in classrooms show that the closer the movement coordination between teacher and student, the more they felt friendly, happy, enthused, interested, and easygoing while interacting. In journal, a high level of synchrony in an interaction means the people involved like each other. Frank Bernier, the Oregon State University psychologist who did these studies, told me how awkward or comfortable you feel with someone is at some level physical. You need to have compatible timing to coordinate your movement to feel comfortable. Synchrony reflects the depth of engagement between the partners. If you are really engaged, your moods begin to match, whether positive or negative. In short, coordination of mood is the essence of rapport, the adult version of the attunement a mother has with her friend. One determinant of interpersonal effectiveness Kakiopo proposes is how deftly people carry out this emotional synchrony. If they are adept at attuning to people's mood or can easily bring others under the sway of their own, then their interaction will go more smoothly at the emotional level. The mark of a powerful leader or performer is being able to move an audience of thousands in this way. By the same token, Cassiopo points out the people who are poor at receiving and sending emotions are prone to problems in their relationship, since people often feel uncomfortable with them even if they didn't articulate just why this is so. Setting the emotional tone of an interaction is, in a sense, a sign of dominance at a deep and intimate level. It means driving the emotional state of the other person. This power to determine emotion is akin to what is called in biology a jade gabber, a process that entrains biological realms. For a couple dancing, the music is a bodily jade gabber. When it comes to a personal encounter, the person who has the more forceful expressivity or the most power is typically the one whose emotion entrain the other. Dominant partners talk more, while the subordinate partners watches the other face more, a setup for the transmission of affect. By the same token, the forcefulness of a good speaker, a politician, or an evangelist, she works to entrain the emotions of the audience. That is what we mean by he had them in the palm of his hand. Emotional entertainment is the heart of influence, the rudiment of social intelligence. It's a risk at a preschool and a band of boys is running across the grass. Raggy trips, hurts his knee and starts crying, but the other boys keep right on running, save for Roger, who stops. As Reggie sobs subside, Roger reaches down and rubs his own knee, calling out, I hurt my knee too. Roger is seated and having exemplary Interpersonal Intelligence by Thomas H., a colleague of Howard Gardner at Spectrum, the school based on the concept of multiple intelligence. Roger, it seems, is unusually adept at recognizing the feeling of his playmates and making rapid and smooth connection with them. It was only Roger who noticed Reggie plights and pain, and only Roger who tried to provide some solace, even if all he could offer was rubbing his own knee. This small gesture bespeaks a talent for rapport and emotional skill essential for the preservation of close relationship, whether in a marriage, a friendship, or a business partnership. Such skills in preschoolers are the birds of talent that ripen through life. Robert Talent represents one of four separate abilities that Hatch and Gardner identify as component of interpersonal intelligence. Organizing groups. The essential skill of the leader. This involves initiating and coordinating the efforts of a network of people. This is the talent seen in theater directors or producers, in military officers, and in effective heads of organization and units of all kinds. On the playground, this is the child who takes the lead in deciding what everyone will play or become team captain. Negotiating solutions, the talent of the mediator, preventing conflicts or resolving those that flare up. People who have this ability excel in deal making, in arbitrating or mediating disputes. They might have a career in diplomacy, in arbitration, or law, or as the middleman or managers of takeover. These are kinds who settle arguments on the playing field. Personal connection, Raga's talent, that of empathy and connecting. This make it easy to enter into an encounter or to recognize and respond fittingly to people's feeling and concerns. The art of relationship, such people make good team players, dependable spouse, good friends, or business partners. In the business world, they do well as salespeople or managers, or can be excellent teachers. Children like Roger get along well with virtually everyone else, easily enter into playing with them, and are happy doing so. These children tend to be best at reading emotions from facial expression and are most liked by their classmates. Social analysis, being able to detect and have insights about people's feelings, motives, and concern. This knowledge of how others feel can lead to an easy intimacy or sense of rapport. At its own best, this ability makes one a competent therapist or counselor, or if combined with some literary talent, a gifted novelist or dramatist. Taken together, these skills are the stuff of interpersonal polish and the necessary ingredients for charm, social success, even charisma. Those who are adept in social intelligence can connect with people quite smoothly, be astute in reading their reactions and feelings, lead and organize and handle the disputes that are bound to flare up in any human activity. They are the natural leaders, the people who can express the unspoken collective sentiment and articulate it so as to guide a group towards its goal. They are the kind of people others like to be with because they are emotionally nourishing. They leave other people in a good mood and evoke the comment, "What a pleasure to be around someone like that." These interpersonal abilities build on other emotional intelligence. People who make an excellent social impression, for example, are adept at monitoring their own expression or emotions, are keenly attuned to the ways others are reacting, and so are able to continually fine tune their social performance, adjusting it to make sure that they are having the desired effect. In that sense, they are like skilled actors. However, if these interpersonal abilities are not balanced by an astute sense of one's own need and feelings and how to fulfill them, they can lead to a hollow social success, a popularity won at the cost of one's true satisfaction, such is the argument of Mark Sedner, a University of the Minnesota psychologist who had studied people whose social skills make them first-rate social champions at making a good impression. The psychological credo might well be a remark by W. H. Auden, who said that his private image of himself is very different from the image which I try to create in the minds of others in order that they may love me. That trade off can be made if social skills outstrip the ability to know and honor on one's own feeling in order to be loved or at least liked. The social chameleon will seem to be whatever those he is with seem to want. The sign that someone falls into this pattern, Senior finds, is that they make an excellent impression yet have few stable or satisfying intimate relationship. A more healthy pattern, of course, is to balance being true to oneself with social skills, using them with integrity. Social chameleons, though, don't mind in the least saying one thing and doing another. If that will win them social approval, they simply live with the discrepancy between their public face and their private reality. Helena Diostrip, a psychoanalyst, calls such people the as a personality shifting personas with remarkable plasticity as they pick up signals from those around them. For some people, Sinner told me, the public and private person meshes well, while for others there seems to be only a kaleidoscope of changing appearances. They are like Woody Allen characters chilling, madly trying to fit in with whomsoever they are with. Such people try to scan someone for a hint as to what is wanted from them before they make a response, rather than simply saying what they truly feel. To get along and be liked, they are willing to make people they dislike think they are friendly with them, and they use their social abilities to mold their actions as desperate social situations demand, so that they may act like very different people depending on whom they are. To be sure, to the extent these traits lead to effective impression management, they are highly prized in certain professions, notably acting, trial law, sales, diplomacy, and politics. Another, perhaps more crucial kind of self monitoring seems to make the difference between those who end up as anchorless social chameleons trying to impress everyone and those who can use their social polish more in keeping with their true feelings. That is the capacity to be true, as the saying has it, to thine own self, which allows acting in accord with one's deepest feelings and values no matter what the social consequences. Such emotional integrity could well lead to, say, deliberately provoking a confrontation in order to cut through duplicity or denial, a clearing of the air that a social chameleon would never attempt. The making of a social incompetent. There was no doubt Cecil was bright. He was a college trained expert in foreign language, superb at translating, but there were crucial ways in which he was completely inept. Cecil seemed to lack the simplest social skills. He would muff a casual conversation over coffee and fumble when having to pass the time of day. In short, he seemed incapable of the most routine social exchange because his lack of social grace was most profound when he was around women. Cecil came to therapy wondering if perhaps he had homosexual tendencies of an underlying nature, as he put it, though he had no such fantasies. The real problem, Cecil confided to this therapist, was that he feared that nothing he could say would be of any interest to anybody. This underlying fear only compounded a profound paucity of social graces. His nervousness during encounters led him to snicker and laugh at the most awkward moments, even though he failed to laugh when someone said something genuinely funny. Social awkwardness is confined to this therapist went back to childhood. All his life he had felt socially at ease only when he was with his older brother, who somehow held ease things for him. But once he left home, his inaptitude was overwhelming. He was socially paralyzed. The tale is told by Lakin Phillips, a psychologist at George Washington University, who proposes that Cecil Plight stems from a failure to learn in childhood the most elementary lessons of social interaction. What could Cecil have been taught earlier? To speak directly to others when spoken to initiate social contact, not always wait for others, to carry on a conversation, not simply fall back on yes or no or other one word replies, to express gratitude towards other, to let another person walk before one in passing through a door, to wait until one is served something, to thank others, to say please, to share all, and all the other elementary interactions we begin to teach children from age 2 onward. Whether Cecil's deficiency was due to another failure to teach him such rudiments of social civility, or to his own inability to learn is unclear. But whatever its roots, Isha's story is instructive because it points up the crucial nature of the countless lessons children get in interaction, synchrony, and unspoken rules of social harmony. The net effect of failing to follow these rules is to create waves to make those around us uncomfortable. The function of these rules, of course, is to keep everyone involved in a social exchange at ease. Awkwardness swims anxiety. People who lack these skills are inept not just at social niceties but at handling the emotions of those they are encountered. They inevitably leave disturbance in their wake. We all have known Cecil's people with an annoying lack of social graces, people who don't seem to know when to end a conversation or phone call, and who keep on talking, oblivious to all cues and hints to say goodbye. People whose conversation centers on themselves all the time without the least interest in anyone else, and who ignore tentative attempts to refocus on another topic. People who intrude or ask nosy questions. These derailments of a smooth social trajectory all bespeaks a deficit in the rudimentary building blocks of interaction. Psychologists have coined the term Dysemia for what amounts to a learning disability in the realm of non-verbal message. About 1 in 10 children has one or more problems in this realm. The problem can be in a poor sense of personal space, so that a child stands too close while talking or spread their belongings into other people's territory, in interpreting or using body language poorly, in misinterpreting or misusing facial expression by, say, failing to make eye contact, or in a poor sense of prosody, the emotional quality of speech so that they talk too shrilly or flatly. Much research has focused on spotting children who show signs of social deficiency, children whose awkwardness makes them neglected or rejected by their playmates. Apart from children who are spurned because they are bullies, those whom other children avoid are invariably deficient in the rudiments of face to face interaction, particularly the unspoken rules that govern encounters. If children do poorly in language, people assume they are not very bright or poorly educated. But when they do poorly in the non-verbal rules of interaction, people, especially playmates, see them as strange and avoid them. These are children who don't know how to join a game gracefully, who touch others in ways that make for discomfort rather than camaraderie. In short, who are off. They are children who have failed to master the silent language of emotion and who unwittingly send messages that create uneasiness. At Stephen Novicky, an Emory University psychologist who studies children's nonverbal abilities, put it, children who can't read or express emotions well constantly feel frustrated. In essence, they don't understand what's going on. This kind of communication is a constant subtext of everything you do. You can't stop showing your facial expression or postures or hide your tone of voice. If you make mistakes in what emotional message you send, you constantly experience that people react to you in funny ways. You get rebuffed and don't know why. If you are thinking you are acting happy but actually seem too hyper or angry, you find other kids getting angry at you in turn and you don't realize why. Such kids end up feeling no sense of control over how other people treat them. Then their actions have no impact on what happens to them. It leaves them feeling powerless, depressed, and apathetic. Apart from becoming social isolates, such children also suffer academically. The classroom, of course, is a much a social situation as an academic one's. The socially awkward child is as likely to misread and misrespond to a teacher as to another child. The resulting anxiety and bewilderment can themselves interfere with their ability to learn effectively. Indeed, as tests of children's nonverbal sensitivity have shown, those who misread emotional cues tend to do poorly in school compared to their academic potential as reflected in IQ test. We hate you at the threshold. Social inaptitude in perhaps most painful and explicit when it comes to one of the more perilous moment in the life of a young child. Being on the edge of a group at play you want to join, it is a moment of peril. One when being liked or hated, belonging or not, is made all too public. For that reason, that crucial moment has been the subject of intense scrutiny by students of child development, revealing a stark contrast in approach strategies used by popular children and by social outcasts. The findings highlight just how crucial it is for social competence to notice, interpret, and respond to emotional and interpersonal cues. While it is poignant to see a child hover on the edge of other at play, wanting to join in but being left out, it is the universal predicament. Even the most popular children are sometimes rejected. A study of second and third graders found that 26% of the time, the most well liked children were rebuffed when they tried to enter a group already at play. Young children are brutally candid about the emotional judgment implicit in such rejections. Witness the following dialogue from 4 years old in a preschool. Linda wants to join Barbara, Nancy, and Bill, who are playing with toy animals and building blocks. She watches for a minute, then makes her approach, sitting next to Barbara and starting to play with the animals. Barbara turns to her and says, "You can't play." "Yes, I can," Linda encounters. "I can have some animals too." "No, you can't," Barbara says bluntly. "We don't like you today." When Bill protests on Linda's behalf, Nancy joins the attack. "We hate her today because of the danger of being told either explicitly or implicitly, 'We hate you.'" All children are understandably cautious on the threshold of approaching a group. That anxiety, of course, is probably no much different from that felt by a grown up at a cocktail party with strangers who hangs back from a happily chatting group who seem to be intimate friends. Because this moment at the threshold of a group is so momentous for a child, it is also, as one researcher put in, highly diagnostic, quickly revealing differences in social skillfulness. Typically, newcomers simply watch for a time, then join in very tentatively at the first, being more assertive only in very courteous steps. What matters most for whether a child is expected or not is how well he or she is able to enter into a group frame of references, sensing what kind of play is in flow, what out of place. The two cardinal sins that almost always lead to rejections are trying to take the lead too soon and being out of sync with the frame of the references. But this is exactly what unpopular children tend to do. They push their way into a group, trying to change the subject too abruptly or too soon, or offering their own opinions, or simply disagreeing with the others right way, all apparent attempts to draw attention to themselves. Paradoxically, this results in their being ignored or rejected. By contrast, popular children spend time observing the group to understand what's going on before entering in, and then to do something that shows they accept it. They wait to have their status in the group confirmed before taking initiative in suggesting what the group should do. Let's return to Roger, the 4-year-old woman Thomas Hatch spotted exhibiting a high level of interpersonal intelligence. Roger's tactic for entering a group was to first observe, then to imitate what another child was doing, and finally to talk to the child and fully join the activity, a winning strategy. Roger's skill was shown, for instance, when he and Warren were playing at putting bombs in their socks. Warren asked Roger if he wants to be in a helicopter or an airplane. Roger asked before committing himself, "Are you in a helicopter?" This seemingly incautious moment reveals sensitivity to others' concerns and the ability to act on that knowledge in a way that maintains the connection. Hatch comments about Roger. "He checks in with his playmates so that they and their play remain connected. I have watched many other children who simply get in their own helicopters or planes and literally and figuratively fly away from each other." Emotional brilliance, a case report. If the test of a social skill is the ability to calm distressing emotions in others, then handling someone at the peak of range is perhaps the ultimate measure of mastery. The data on self regulation of anger and emotional contagion suggests that one effective strategy might be to distract the angry person, emphasize with his feelings and perspective, and then draw him into an alternative focus that attunes him with a more positive range of feeling, a kind of emotional judo. Such refined skill in the fine art of emotional influence is perhaps life's best, exemplified by a story told by an old friend, the late Terry Dobson, who in the 1915 was one of the first Americans ever to study the martial art Aikido in Japan. One afternoon, he was riding home on a suburban Tokyo train when a huge bellicose and a very drunk and begrimed laborer got on. The man, staggering, began terrorizing the passengers, screaming curses. He took a swing at a woman holding a baby, sending her sprawling in the lap of an elderly couple who then jumped up and joined a stampede to the other end of the car. The drunk, taking a few other swings, grabbed the metal pole in the middle of the car with a roar and tried to tear it out of his socket. At that point, Terry, who was in a peak physical condition from daily Aikido workouts, felt called upon to intervene. Let someone get seriously hurt, but he recalled the words of his teacher: Aikido is the art of reconciliation. Whosoever has the mind to fight has broken his connections with the universe. If you try to dominate people who you are already defeated, we study how to resolve conflict, not how to start it. Indeed, Terry had agreed upon beginning lessons with his teacher never to pick a fight and to use his martial arts skills only in defense. Now, at last, he saw his chance to test his Aikido abilities in real life, in what was clearly a legitimate opportunity. So, as all the other passengers sat frozen in their seats, Terry stood up slowly and with deliberation. Seeing him, the drunk roared, a foreigner, you need a lesson in Japanese manners, and began gathering himself to take on Terry. But as the drunk was on verge of making his move, someone gave an ear-splitting orderly, joyous shout. Hey! The shout had the cheery tone of someone who has suddenly come upon a fond friend. The drunk, surprised, spun around to see a teeny Japanese man, probably in his 70s, sitting there in a kimono. The old man beamed with delight at the drunk and beckoned him over with a light wave of his hand and a lilting simmer. The drunk strode over with a belligerent, why the hell should I talk to you? Meanwhile, Terry was ready to fell the drunk in a moment if he made the least violent move. What you been drinking? The old man asked, his eyes beaming at the drunken labor. I been drinking shake, and it's none of your business, drunk bellowed. Oh, that's wonderful, absolutely wonderful, the old man replied in a warm tone. You see, I love steak too. Every night, me and my wife, we warm up a little bottle of shake and take it into a garden, and we sit on an old wooden bench. He continued on about the permission in his backyard, the fortunes of his garden, enjoying shake in the evening. The drunk face began to soften as he listened to the old man. His first unclenched, yea, I love persimmons too, he said, his voice trailing off. Yes, the old man replied in a sprightly voice, and I'm sure you have a wonderful wife. No, said the labor, my wife died. Sobbing, he launched into a sad tale of losing his wife, his home, his job, of being ashamed of himself. Just then the train came to Terry's stop, and as he was getting off, he turned to hear the old man invite the drunk to join him and tell him all about it, and to see the drunk sprawled along the seat, his head in the old man's lap. This is the emotional brilliance. Emotional Intelligence, Chapter 9, Intimate Enemies. To love and to work, Sigmund Freud once remarked to his disciple Erik Erikson, are the twin capacities that mark full maturity. If that is the case, then maturity may be endangered way station in life. And current trends in marriage and divorce make emotional intelligence more crucial than ever. Consider divorce rates. The rates per year of divorces has more or less leveled off, but there is another way of calculating divorce rates, one that suggests a perilous claim, looking at the odds that a given newly married couple will have their marriage eventually end in divorce. Although the overall rate of divorce has stopped climbing, the risk of divorce has been shifting to newlyweds. The shift gets clearer in comparing divorce rates for couples wed in a given year. For American marriages that began in 1890, about 10% ended in divorce. For those wed in 1920, the rate was about 18%. For couples married in 1950, 30%. Couples that were newlywed in 1970 had a 50-50 chance of splitting up or staying together. And for married couples starting out in 1990, the likelihood that the marriage would end in divorce was projected to close to a staggering 67%. If the estimate holds just 30 in 10 of recent newlyweds can count on staying married to their new partner. It can be argued that much of this rise is due not so much to a decline in emotional intelligence as to steady erosion of social pressures, the stigma surrounding divorce, or the economic dependence of wives on their husbands that used to keep couples together in even the most miserable of matches. But if social pressures are no longer the glue that holds a marriage together, then the emotional forces between wife and husband are that much more crucial if their union is to survive. These ties between husband and wife, and if emotional fault lines that can break them apart, have been assayed in recent years with a precision never seen before. Perhaps the biggest breakthrough is understanding what holds a marriage together or tears it apart has come from the use of sophisticated psychological measures that allow the moment to moment tracking of the emotional nuance of a couple's encounter. Scientists are now able to detect a husband otherwise invisible adrenaline surges and jumps in blood pressure, and to observe fleeting but telling micro emotions as they flit across a wife's face. These psychological measures reveal a hidden biological subtext to a couple's difficulties, a critical level of emotional reality that is typically imperceptible or as disregarded by the couple themselves. These measures lay bare the emotional forces that hold a relationship together or destroy it. The fault lines have their earliest beginnings in the differences between the emotional worlds of girls and boys. His marriage and hers, childhood roots. As I was entering a restaurant on a recent evening, a young man stalked out the door, his face set in an expression both stern and sullen. Close on his heels, a young woman came running, her fist desperately pummeling his back while she yelled, "Good God, damn you! Come back here and be nice to me." The poignant, impossibly self contradictory plea aimed at a retreating back epitomizes the pattern most commonly seen in couples whose relationship is distressed. She seeks to engage, he withdraws. Martial therapists have long noted that by the time a couple finds their way to the therapy office, they are in this pattern of engage withdraw, with his complaint about her unreasonable demands and outburst, and her lamenting his indifferences to what she is saying. This marital endgame reflects the fact that there are, in fact, two emotional realities in a couple, his and hers. The roots of these emotional differences, while they may be partially biological, also can be tracked back to childhood and to the separate emotional worlds boys and girls inhabit while growing up. There is a vast amount of research on these separate worlds and their barriers, reinforced not just by the different games boys and girls prefer, but by young children's fear of being teased for having a girlfriend or boyfriend. One study of children's relationship found that 3 years old say about half their friends are of the opposite sex. For 5 years old, it is about 20%, and by age 7, almost no boys or girls say they have a best friend of opposite sex. These separate social universes intersect little until teenagers start dating. Meanwhile, boys and girls are taught very different lessons about handling emotions. Parents in general discuss emotions, with the exception of anger, more with their daughters than their sons. Girls are exposed to more information about emotions than the boys. When parents make up stories to tell their preschool children, they use more emotion words when talking to daughters than to sons. When mothers play with their infants, they display a wider range of emotions to daughters than to sons. When mothers talk to daughters about feelings, they discuss in more detail the emotional state itself than they do with their sons. Though with the sons, they go into more detail about the causes and consequences of emotions like anger. Leslie Brody and Judith Hall, who have summarized the research on differences in emotions between the sexes, propose that because girls develop facility with language more quickly than do boys, this leads them to be more experienced at articulating their feelings and more skilled than boys at using words to explore and substitute for emotional reactions such as physical fights. In contrast, they note boys for whom the verbalization of affects is de emphasized may become largely unconscious of their emotional states both in themselves and in others. At age 10, roughly the same percent of girls as boys are overtly aggressive, given to open confrontation when angered. But by age 13, a telling difference between the sexes emerges. Girls become more adept than boys at artful aggressive tactics like obstructism, vicious courtship, and indirect vendettas. Boys, by and large, simply continue being confrontational when angered, obvious to these more covert strategies. This is just one of many ways that boys and later men are less sophisticated than the opposite sex in the byways of emotional life. When girls play together, they do so in small, intimate groups with an emphasis on minimizing hostility and maximizing cooperation, while boys' games are in large groups with an emphasis on competition. One key difference can be seen in what happens when games boys or girls are playing get disrupted by someone getting hurt. If a boy who has gotten hurt gets upset, he is expected to get out of the way and stop crying so the game can go on. If the same happens among a group of girls who are playing, the game stops while everyone gathers around to help the girl who is crying. The difference between boys and girls at play epitomizes what Howard Carroll Gilligan points to as a key disparity between the sexes. Boys take pride in a lone, tough minded independence and autonomy, while girls see themselves as a part of a web of connectedness. Thus, boys are threatened by anything that might challenge their independence, while girls are more threatened by a rupture in their relationship. And as Deborah Tannen has pointed out in her book, You Just Don't Understand, these different perspectives mean that men and women want and expect very different things out of a conversation, with men content to talk about things while women seek emotional connections. In short, these contrasts in schooling in the emotions foster very different skills, with girls becoming adept at reading both verbal and non-verbal emotional signals, at expressing and communicating their feelings, and boys becoming adept at minimizing emotions having to do with vulnerability, guilt, fear, and hurt. Evidences for these different stances is very strong in the scientific literature. Hundreds of studies have found, for example, that on average women are more empathic than men, at least as measured by the ability to read someone else's unstated feelings from facial expression, tone of voice, and other nonverbal cues. Likewise, it is generally easier to read feelings from a woman's face than a man's, while there is no difference in facial expressiveness among very young boys and girls. As they go through the elementary school grades, both boys become less expensive, girls more so. This may partially reflect another key difference. Women on average experience the entire range of emotions with great intensity and more volatility than men. In this sense, women are more emotional than men. All of this means that in general, women come into a marriage groomed for the role of the emotional manager, while men arrive with much less appreciation of the importance of this task for helping a relationship survive. Indeed, the most important element for women, but not for men, in satisfaction with their relationship reported in a study of 264 couples was the sense that the couple has good communication. Tad Huston, a psychologist at the University of Texas who has studied couples in depth, observes for the wives, intimacy means talking things over, especially talking about the relationship itself. The men, by and large, don't understand what the wives want from them. They say, I want to do things with her, and all she wants to do is talk. During courtship, Huston found men were much more willing to spend time talking in ways that suited the wish for intimacy of their wives to be. But once married, as time went on, the men, especially in more traditional couples, spent less and less time talking in this way with their wives, finding a sense of closeness simply in doing things like gardening together rather than talking things over. This growing silence on the part of husbands may be partially due to the fact that, if anything, men are a bit Pollyannish about the state of their marriage while their wives are attuned to the trouble spots. In one study of marriages, men had a rosier view than their wives of just about everything in their relationship. Love making fiancés ties with in laws, how well they listen to each other, how much their flaws mattered. Wives in general are more vocal about their complaints than they are their husbands, particularly among unhappy couples. Combine man's rosy view of marriage with their aversion to emotional confrontations, and it is clear why wives so often complain that their husbands try to wriggle out of discussing the troubling things about their relationship. The slowness of man to bring up problems in a relationship is no doubt compounded by their relative lack of skill. When it comes to reading facial expression of emotions, women, for example, are more sensitive to a sad expression on a man's face than are men in detecting sadness from a woman expression. Thus, a woman has to be all the sadder for a man to notice her feelings in the first place, let alone for him to raise the question of what is making her so sad. Consider the implication of this emotional gender gap for how couples handle the grievances and disagreements that any intimate relationship inevitably spawns. In fact, specific issues such as how often a couple has sex, how to discipline the children, or how much debt and savings a couple feels comfortable with are not what make or break a marriage. Rather, it is how a couple discuss such sore points that matters more for the fate of their marriage. Simply having reached an agreement about how to disagree is key to martial survival. Men and women have to overcome the intimate gender difference in approaching rocky emotions. Failing, these couples are vulnerable to emotional rifts that eventually can tear their relationship apart. As we shall see, these rifts are far more likely to develop if one or both partners have certain defects in emotional intelligence. Marital fault line. Fred, did you pick up my dry cleaning? Ingrid, in a mocking tone. Did you pick up my dry cleaning? Pick up your own damn dry cleaning. What am I? You mad? Fred, hardly. If you were a maid, at least you would know how to clean. If this were a dialogue from a sitcom, it might be assuming. But this painful caustic interchange was between a couple who divorced within the next few years. Their encounter took place in a laboratory run by a John Gottman, a University of the Washington psychologist who has done perhaps the most detailed analysis ever of the emotional glue that binds couples together and corrosive feelings that can destroy marriages. In his laboratory, couples' conversations are videotaped and then subjected to hours of microanalysis designed to reveal the subterranean emotional currents at play. This mapping of the fault lines that may lead a couple to divorce make a convincing case for the crucial role of emotional intelligence in the survival of a marriage. During the last 2 decades, Scotland has tracked the ups and downs of more than 200 couples, some just newlyweds, others married for decades. Scotland has charted the emotional ecology of marriage with such precision that in one study he was able to predict which couple scenes in his lap would divorce within 3 years with 94% accuracy, a precision unheard of in marital studies. The power of Gottman's analysis comes from his painstaking method and the thoroughness of his proofs. While the couple's talk sensors record the slightest flux in their psychology, a second by second analysis of their facial expression detects the most fleeting and subtle nonsense of feeling. After their session, each partner comes separately to the lab and watches a videotape of their conversation and narrates his or her secret thought during the heated moment of the exchange. The result is akin to an emotional x ray of the marriage. An early warning signal that a marriage is in danger, Gottman finds, is harsh criticism. In a healthy marriage, husband and wife feel free to voice a complaint, but too often, in the heat of anger, complaints are expressed in a destructive fashion as an attack on the spouse's character. For example, Pamela and her daughter went shoe shopping while her husband Tom went to a bookstore. They agreed to meet in front of the post office in an hour and then go to a matinee. Pamela was prompt, but there was no sign of Tom. Where is he? The movie starts in 10 minutes. Pamela complained to her daughter, if there is a way for your father to screw something up, he will. When Tom showed up 10 minutes later, happy about having run into a friend and apologizing for being late, Pamela lashed out with sarcasm. That's okay, it gives us a chance to discuss your amazing ability to screw up every single plan we make. You are so thoughtless and self centered. Family complaint is more than that. It is character assassination, a critic of the person, not the deed. In fact, Tom had apologized. But for this lives, Pamela brands him as thoughtless and self centered. Most couples have moments like this from time to time, where a complaint about something a partner has done is voiced as an attack against a person rather than the deed. But these harsh personal criticisms have a far more corrosive emotional impact than do more reasoned complaints. And such attacks, perhaps understandably, become more likely the more a husband or wife feels their complaints go unheard or ignored. The differences between complaints and personal criticism are simple. In a complaint, a wife states specifically what is upsetting her and criticizes her husband's action, not her husband saying how it made her feel. When you forget to pick up my clothes at the cleaners, it made me feel like you don't care about me. It is an expression of basic emotional intelligence, assertive, not belligerent or passive. But in a personal critique, she uses a specific grievance to launch a global attack on her husband. You are always so selfish and uncaring. It just proves I can't trust you to do anything right. This kind of critique leaves a person on the receiving end feeling ashamed, disliked, blamed, and defective, all of which are more likely to lead to a defensive response than to steps to improve things. All the more so when the critique comes laden with contempt, a particularly destructive emotion. Contempt comes easily with anger. It is usually expressed not just in the words used but also in a tone of voice and angry expressions. Its most obvious form, of course, is mockery or insult, jerk, bitch, whim. But just as hurtful is the body language that conveys contempt, particularly the sneer or curled lip that are universal facial signals for disgust or a rolling of the eyes as if to say, oh brother. Contempt facial signature is a contraction of the dimpler, the muscle that pulls the corners of the mouth to the side while the eyes roll upward. When one spouse flashes this expression, the other in a tactic emotional exchange register a jump in a heart rate of 2 or 3 beats per minute. This hidden conversation takes its toll if a husband shows contempt regularly. Gottman found his wife will be more prone to a range of health problems from frequent colds and flus to bladder and yeast infection as well as gastrointestinal symptoms. And when a wife faces so disgust, a near cousin of contempt, 4 or more times within a 15-minute conversation, it is a silent sign that the couple is likely to separate within 4 years. Of course, an occasional show of contempt or disgust will not undo a marriage. Rather, such emotional volleys are akin to smoking and high cholesterol as risk factors for heart diseases. The more intense and prolonged, the greater the danger. On the road to divorce, one of these factors predicts the next in an escalating scale of misery. Habitual criticism and contempt or disgust are danger signs because they indicate that the husband or wife has made a silent judgment for the worst about their partner. In his or her thoughts, the spouse is the subject of constant condemnation. Such negative and hostile thinking leads naturally to attack that make the partner on the receiving end defensive or ready to counterattack in return. The two arms of the fight or flight response each represent ways a spouse can respond to an attack. The most obvious is to fight back, lashing out in anger. That route typically ends in a fruitless shouting match. But the alternative response feeling can be more pernicious, particularly when the flight is retreat into a stony silence. Stonewalling is the ultimate defense. The stonewaller just goes blank. In effect, withdrawing from the conversation by responding with a stony expression silence. Stonewalling sends a powerful, unnerving message, something like a combination of icy distance, superiority, and distaste. Stonewalling showed up mainly in marriages that were heading for trouble. In 85% of these cases, it was the husband who stonewalled in response to a wife who attacked with criticism and contempt. As a habitual response, stonewalling is devastating to the health of a relationship. It cuts off all possibility of working out disagreements. Toxic thoughts. The children are being rambunctious, and Martin and their father is getting annoyed. He turns to his wife, Melanie, and says in sharp tone, "Dear, don't you think the kids could quiet down?" His actual thoughts: "She's too easy on the kids." Melanie, responding to his error, feels a surge of anger. Her face grows stout. Her brow knits in a frown, and she replies, "The kids are having a good time. Anyhow, they will be going up to bed soon." Her thought: "There he goes again, complaining all the time." Martin now is visibly enraged. He leans forward menacingly, his fist clenched, as she says in an annoyed tone, "Should I put them to bed now?" His thought: "She opposes me in everything. I would better take over." Melanie, suddenly frightened by Martin's wrath, says meekly, "No, I will put them to bed right away." Her thought: "He is getting out of control. He could hurt the kids. I would better give in." Those parallel conversations, the spoken and the silent, are responded by Aaron Beck, the founder of cognitive therapy, as an example of the kinds of thinking that can poison a marriage. The real emotional exchange between Melanie and Martin is shaped by their thoughts, and those thoughts in turn are determined by another deeper layer, which back calls automatic thoughts, fleeting background assumptions about oneself and the people in one's life that reflect our deepest emotional attitudes. For Melanie, the background thought is something like, "He is always bullying me with his anger." For Martin, the key thought is, "She has no right to treat me like this." Melanie feels like an innocent victim in their marriage, and Martin feels righteous indignation at what he feels is just unjust treatment. Thoughts of being an innocent victim or of righteous indignation are typical of partners in troubled marriages, continually fueling anger and hurt. Once distressing thoughts such as righteous indignation become automatic, they are self confirming. The partner who feels victim is constantly scanning everything his partner does that might confirm the view that she is victimizing him, ignoring or discounting any act of kindness or a part that would question or disconfirm that view. These thoughts are powerful. They trip the neural alarm system. Once the husband thought of being victimized triggers an emotional hijacking, he will, for the time being, easily call to mind and ruminate on a list of grievances that remind him of the ways she victimized him, while not recalling anything she may have done in their entire relationship that would disconfirm the view that he is the innocent victim. It puts his spouse in a no-win situation. Even things she does that are intentionally kind can be reinterpreted when viewed through such a negative lens and dismissed as feeble attempts to deny his victimizer. Partners who are free of such disgress triggering views can ascertain a more benign interpretation of what is going on in the same situation, and so are less likely to have such a hijacking, or if they do, tend to recover from it more readily. The journal template for thought that maintain or alleviate distress follows a pattern outlined in chapter 6 by psychologist Martin Seligman for pessimistic and optimistic outlooks. The pessimistic view is that the partner is inherently flawed in a way that cannot change and that guarantees misery. He's selfish and self absorbed. That's the way he was brought up, and that's the way he will always be. He expects me to wait on him hand and foot, and he couldn't care less about how I feel. The contrasting optimistic view would be something like, he is being demanding now, but he is being thoughtful in the past. Maybe he is in a bad mood. I wonder if something bothering him about his work. This is a view that does not write off the husband as irredeemably damaged and hopeless. Instead, it sees a bad moment as due to circumstances that can change. The first attitude brings continual distress, the second shoots. Partners who take the pessimistic Strains are extremely prone to emotional hijackings. They get angry, hurt, or otherwise distressed by things their spouse do, and they stay disturbed once the episode begins. Their internal distress and pessimistic attitude, of course, makes it far more likely they can resort to criticism and contempt in confronting the partner, which in turn heightens the likelihood of defensiveness and stonewalling. Perhaps the most virulent of such toxic thoughts are found in husbands who are physically violent to their wives. A study of violent husbands by psychologists at India University found that these men think like schoolyard bullies. They read hostile intent into even neutral action by their wives and use their misreading to justify to themselves their own violence. As we saw in chapter 7, such men are particularly threatened by perceived slights, rejections, or public embarrassment by their wives. A typical scenario that triggers thoughts justifying violence in a wife's batterers. You are at a social gathering and you notice that for the past half hour your wife has been talking and laughing with the same attractive man. He seems to be flirting with her. When these men perceive their wives as doing something suggesting rejections or abandonment, their reaction run to indignation and outrage. Presumably, automatic thoughts like she's going to leave me are triggers for an emotional hijacking in which battering husband respond impulsively as the researchers put in with incomplete behavior responses they become violent. Flooding the swamping of a marriage. The net effect of these distressing attitudes is to create insistent crises since they trigger emotional hijackings more often and make it harder to recover from the resulting heart and rage. Gottman used the apt term flooding for their susceptibility to frequent emotional distress. Flooded husbands or wives are so overwhelmed by their partner negativity and their own reaction to it that they are swamped by dreadful out of control feelings. People who are flooded cannot hear without distortion or respond with clear headedness. They find it hard to organize their thinking and they fall back on primitive reactions. They just want things to stop or want to run or sometimes to strike back. Flooding is self perpetuating emotional hijacking. Some people have high thresholds for flooding, easily enduring anger and contempt, while others may be triggered the moment their spouse makes a mild criticism. The technical description of flooding in terms of heart rate rises from the calm levels. At rest, women's heart rates are about 82 beats per minute, men about 72. Flooding begins at about 10 beats per minute above a person's resting rate. If the heart rate reaches 100 beats per minute, then the body is pumping adrenaline and other hormones that keeps the distress high for some time. The moment of emotional hijacking is apparent from the heart rate. It can be jumped 10, 20, or even as many as 30 beats per minute within the space of a single heartbeat. Muscles tense. It can seem hard to breathe. There is a swamp of toxic feelings, an unpleasant wash of fear and anger that seems inescapable and subjectively takes forever to get over. At this point, full hijacking a person's emotions are so intense, their perspective so narrow, and their thinking so confused that there is no hope of taking the other's viewpoint or settling things in a reasonable way. Of course, most husbands and wives have such intense moments from time to time. When they fight, it is only natural. The problem for a marriage begins when one or another spouse feels flooded almost continually. Then the partner feels overwhelmed by the other partner is always on guard for an emotional assault or injustice, becomes hyper vigilant for any sign of attack, insult, or grievance, and is sure to overreact to even the least sign. If a husband is in such a state, his wife saying, "Honey, we have got to talk," can elect the reactive thought, "She's picking a fight again." And so trigger flooding, it's become harder and harder to recover from the psychological arousal, which in turn makes it easier for innocuous exchanges to be seen in a sinister light, triggering flooding all over again. This is perhaps the most dangerous turning point for marriage, a catastrophic shift in the relationship. The flooded partner has come to think the worst of the spouse virtually all time, reading everything she does in a negative light. Small issue become major battles, feelings are hurt continually. With time, the partner who is being flooded starts to see any and all problems Small issues become major battles. Feeling are hurt continually with time. The partner who is being flooded starts to see any and all problems in the marriage as severe and impossible to fix, since the flooding itself sabotages any attempt to work things out. As this continues, it begins to seem useless to talk things over, and the partners try to soothe their troubled feeling on their own. They start leading parallel lives, essentially living in isolation from each other, and feel alone within the marriage. All too often, government finds the next step is divorce. In this trajectory towards the divorce, the trajectory consequences of defeats in emotional competencies are self evident. As a couple gets caught in the reverberating cycle of criticism and contempt, defensiveness and stonewalling, distressing thoughts and emotional flooding, the cycle itself reflects a disintegration of emotional self-awareness and self-control, of empathy and the abilities to soothe each other and oneself. Man, the vulnerable sex. Back to gender differences in emotional life, which prove to be the hidden spur to marital meltdowns. Consider this finding. Even after 35 or more years of marriage, there is a basic distinction between husband and wives in how they regard emotional encounters. Women, on average, do not mind plugging into the unpleasantness of a marital squabble nearly so much as to the man in their lives. That conclusion, reached in a study of Robert Levinson at the University of California at Berkeley, is based on the testimony of 151 couples, all in long lasting marriages. Levinson found that husbands uniformly found it unpleasant, even offensive, to become upset during a marital disagreement, while their wives did not mind it much. Husbands are prone to flooding at a lower intensity of negativity than their wives. More men than women react to their spouse criticisms with flooding. Once flooded, husbands secrete more adrenaline into their bloodstream, and the adrenaline flow is triggered by lower levels of negativity on their wives' part. It takes husband longer to recover psychologically from flooding. This suggests the possibility that the stoic Clint Eastwood type of male imperturbability may represent a defense against feeling emotionally overwhelmed. The reason men are so likely to stonewall Gottman proposes is to protect themselves from flooding. His research showed that once they began stonewalling, their heart rates dropped by about 10 beats per minute, bringing a subjective sense of relief. But, and here a paradox, once a man started stonewalling, it was the wives whose heart rates shot up to levels signaling high distress. This limbic tango, with each sex seeking comfort in opposite gambits, leads to a very different stance towards emotional confrontations. Men want to avoid them as fervently as their wives feel compelled to seek them. Just as men are far more likely to be stonewallers, so the women are more likely to criticize their husband. This asymmetry arises as a result of wives pursuing their role as emotional managers. As they try to bring up and resolve agreement and grievances, their husbands are more reluctant to engage in what are bound to be heated discussion. As the wife sees her husband withdraw from engagement, she ups the volume and intensity of her complaint, starting to criticize him. As he becomes defensive or stonewalls in return, she feels frustrated and angry, and so adds contempt to underscore the strength of her frustration. As her husband finds himself the object of his wife's criticism and contempt, he begins to fall into innocent victim or righteous indignation thoughts that more and more easily trigger flooding. To protect himself from flooding, he becomes more and more defensive or simply stonewalks altogether. But when husbands stonewall, remember it triggers flooding in their wives, who feel completely stormed. As the cycle of marital fights escalates, it all too easily can spin out of control. His and hers marital advice. Given the grim potential outcome of the differences in how men and women deal with distressing feelings in their relationship, what can couples do to protect the love and affection they feel for each other? In short, what protects a marriage? On the basis of watching interaction in the couples whose marriages have continued to thrive over the years, marital researchers offer specific advice for men and for women and some journal words for both. Men and women in general need different emotional fine tuning. For men, the advice is not to sidestep conflict but to realize that when their wives bring up some grievances or disagreement, she may be doing it as an act of love, trying to keep the relationship healthy and on course. When grievances simmer, they build and build in intensity until there is an explosion. When they are aired or worked out, it takes the pleasure off. But husbands need to realize that anger or discontent is not synonymous with personal attack. Their wives' emotions are often simply underliners, emphasizing the strength of a feeling about the matter. Men also need to be on guard against short circuiting the discussion by offering a practical solution too early on. It's typically more important to a wife that she feel her husband hears her complaint and emphasizes with her feelings about the matter. She may hear his offering advice as a way of dismissing her feelings as inconsequential. Husbands who are able to stay with their wives through the height of anger rather than dismissing their complaints as pretty help their wives feel heard and respected. Most especially wives want to have their feelings acknowledged and respected as valid even if their husband disagree. More often than not, when a wife feels her view is heard and her feelings registered, she calms down. As for women, the advice is quite parallel. Since a major problem for men is that their wives are too intense in voicing complaint, wives need to make a purposeful effort to be careful not to attack their husband, to complain about what they did but not criticize them as a person or express contempt. Complaints are not attacks on characters, but rather a clear statement that a particular action is distressing. An angry personal attack will almost certainly lead to a husband getting defensive or stonewalling, which will be all the more frustrating and only escalate the fight. It helps too if a wife's complaints are put in the larger context of reassuring her husband of her love for him. The Good Fight. The morning paper offers an object lessons in how not to resolve difference in a marriage. Marilyn Lanick had a dispute with her husband Michael. He wanted to watch the Dallas Cowboys Philadelphia Eagles game. She wanted to watch the news. As he settled down to watch the game, Mrs. Lanick told him that she had had enough of that football. Went into the bedroom to fetch a .38 caliber handgun and shoot him twice as he sat watching the game in the den. Mrs. Lanick was charged with aggravated assault and freed on a $50,000 bond. Mr. Lanick was listed in good condition, recovering from the bullets that grazed his abdomen and tunneled through his left shoulder blade and neck. While few marital fights are that violent or that costly, they offer a prime chance to bring emotional intelligence to marriage. For example, couples in marriages that last tend to stick on to one topic and to give each partner the chance to state their point of view at the offset. But these couples go one important step further. They show each other that they are being listened to, since feeling heard is often exactly what the aggrieved partner really is after. Emotionally, an act of empathy is a masterly tension reducer. Most notably, missing in couples who eventually divorce are attempts by either partner in an argument to de escalate the tension. The presence or absence of ways to repair a rift is a crucial difference between the fights of couples who have a healthy marriage and that of couples who eventually ends up divorcing. The repair mechanisms that keep an argument from escalating into a dire explosion are simple moves such as keeping the discussion on a track, emphasizing and tension reduction. These basic moves are like an emotional thermostat and preventing the feelings being expressed from boiling over and overwhelming the partner's ability to focus on the issue at hand. One overall strategy for making a marriage work is not to concentrate on the specific issues, child rearing, sex, money, housework that couples fight about, but rather to cultivate a couple's shared emotional intelligence, thereby improving the chances of working things out. A handful of emotional competencies, mainly being able to calm down, empathy, and listening well, can make it more likely a couple will settle their disagreements effectively. These make possible healthy disagreements, the good fights that allow a marriage to flourish and which overcome the negativities that is left to grow can destroy a marriage. Of course, none of these emotional habits changes overnight. It takes persistence and vigilance. At the very least, couples will be able to make the key changes in direct proportion to how motivated they are at to try. Many or most emotional responses triggered so easily in marriage have been sculpted since childhood, first learned in our most intimate relationship or modeled for us by our parents, and then brought to marriage fully formed. As so, we are primed for certain emotional habits, overreacting to perceived slights, say, or shutting down at the first sign of a confrontation, even though we may have sworn that we would not act like our parents. Calming down. Every strong emotion has at its root an impulse to action. Managing those impulses is basic to emotional intelligence. This can be particularly difficult, though in love relationship where we have so much at stake. The reactions triggered here touch on some of our deepest needs to be loved and feel respective fears of abandonment or of being emotionally deprived. Small wonders we can act in a marital fight as though our very survival were at stake. Even so, nothing gets resolved positively when husband or wife is in the midst of an emotional hijacking. One key marital competence is for partners to learn to shoot their own distressed feelings. Essentially, this means mastering the ability to recover quickly from the flooding caused by an emotional hijacking because the ability to hear, think, and speak with clarity dissolves during such an emotional peak. Calming down is an immensely constructive step without which there can be no further progress in settling what's at issue. Ambitious couples can learn to monitor their pulse rates every 5 minutes or so during a troubling encounter, feeling the pulse at the carotid artery a few inches below the earlobe and jaw. Counting the pulse for 15 seconds and multiplying by 4 gives the pulse rate in beats per minute. Doing so while feeling calm gives a baseline. If the pulse rate rises more than, say, 10 beats per minute above that level, it signals a beginning of flooding. If the pulse climbs this much, a couple needs a 20 minutes break from each other to cool down before resuming the discussion. Although a 5-minute break may feel long enough, the actual psychological recovery time is more gradual. As we saw in chapter 5, residual anger triggers more anger. The longer wait gives the body more time to recover from the earlier arousal. For couples who understandably find it awkward to monitor heart rate during a fight, it is simpler to have a prestated agreement that allows one or another partner to call the time out at the first sign of flooding in either partner. During that time, cooling down can be helped along by engaging in a relaxation technique or aerobic exercise that might help the partners recover from the emotional hijackings. Detoxifying self talk. Because flooding is triggered by negative thoughts about the partner, it helps if a husband or wife who is being upset by such harsh judgments tackles them head on. Sentiments like "I'm not going to take this anymore" or "I don't deserve this kind of treatment" are innocent victim or righteous indignation slogans. As cognitive therapist Aaron Beck points out, by catching these thoughts and challenging them rather than simply being enraged or hurt by them, a husband or a wife can begin to become free of their hold. This requires monitoring such thoughts, realizing that one does not have to believe them, and making the intentional effort to bring to mind evidence or perspective that put them in question. For example, a wife who feels in the heat of moment that "he doesn't care about my needs, he is always so selfish" might challenge the thought by reminding herself of a number of things her husband has done that are in fact thoughtful. This allows her to reframe the thought as, "Well, he does show the he cares about me sometimes, even though what he just did was thoughtless and upsetting to me." The later formulation opens the possibility of change and a positive resolution. The former only foments the anger and hurt. Non defensiveness, listening and speaking. He, "You are shouting." She, "Of course I am shouting. You have not heard a word. I am saying you just don't listen." Listening is a skill that keeps couples together even in the heat of an argument when both are seized by emotional hijackings. One or the other, and sometimes both, can manage to listen past the anger and hear and respond to a partner's reparative gestures. Couples headed for divorce, though, get absorbed in the anger and fixated on the specifics of the issues at hand and not managing to hear. let alone return any peace offerings that might implicit in what their partner is saying. Defensiveness in a listener takes the form of ignoring or immediately rebutting the spouse complaint, reacting to it as though it were an attack rather than an attempt to change behavior. Of course, in an argument, what one spouse says is often in the form of an attack or is said with such strong negativity that it is the hard to hear anything other than an attack. Even in the worst case, it is impossible for a couple to purposely edit what they hear, ignoring the hostile and negative parts of the exchange, the nasty tone, the insult, the contemptuous criticism, to hear the main message. For this fear, it helps if the partners can remember to see each other's negativity as an implicit statement of how important the issue is to them, a demand for attention to be paid. Then, if she yells, "Will you stop interrupting me for circus?" he might be not able to see without reacting overtly to her hostility. Okay, go ahead and finish. The most powerful form of non defensiveness listening, of course, is empathy. Actually, hearing the feeling behind what is being said. As we saw in chapter 7, for one partner in a couple to truly emphasize with the other demands that his own emotional reactions calm down to the point where he is receptive enough for his own psychology to be able to mirror the feeling of his partner. Without this psychological attunement, a partner's sense of what the other is feeling is likely to be entirely off base. Empathy deteriorates when one's own feelings are so strong that they allow no psychological harmonizing but simply override everything else. One method for effective emotional listening, called mirroring, is commonly used in marital therapy. When one partner makes a complaint, the other repeats it back in her own words, trying to capture not just the thought but also the feelings that go with it. The partner mirroring checks with the other to be sure the restatement is on target, and if not, tries again until it is right. Something that seems simple but is surprisingly tricky in execution. The effect of being mirrored accurately is not just feeling understood but having the added sense of being in emotional attunement that in itself can sometimes disarm an imminent attack and goes far toward keeping discussion of grievances from escalating into fights. The art of non defensiveness, speaking for couples, centers around keeping what is said to a specific complaint rather than escalating to a personal attack. Psychologist Haim Ginott, the grandfather of effective communication programs, recommended that the best formula for a complaint is XYZ. When you did X, it made me feel Y, and I would rather you did Z instead. For example, when you did not call to tell me you were going to be late for our dinner appointment, I felt unappreciated and angry. I wish you would call to let me know you will be late instead of "you are thoughtless, self-centered bastard." Which is how the issue is all often put in couples fights. In short, open communication has no bullying, threats, or insults, nor does it allow for any of the innumerable forms of defensiveness, excuses, denying responsibility, counter-attacking with a criticism, and the like. Here again, empathy is a potent rule. Finally, respect and love disarm hostility in marriage as elsewhere in time. One powerful way to de escalate a fight is to let your partner know that you can see things from the other perspective and that this point of view may have validity even if you do not agree with it yourself. Another is to take responsibility or to even apologize if you see you are in the wrong. At a minimum, validation means at least conveying that you are listening and can acknowledge the emotion being expressed. Even if you can't go along with the argument, I see you are upset. And at that other times, when there is no fight going on, validation takes the form of compliments. Finding something you can genuinely appreciate and voicing some praise. Validation, of course, is a way to help soothe your spouse or to build up emotional capital in the form of positive feelings. Practicing. Because these maneuvers are to be called upon during the heat of confrontations when emotional arousal is sure to be high. They have to be overlearned if they are to be accessible when needed most. This is the because emotional brain engages those response routines that were learned earliest in life during repeated moments of anger and hurt and so become dominant. Memory and response being emotional specific in such moments, reactions associated with calmer times are less easy to remember and act on. If a more reproductive emotional response is unfamiliar or non well practiced, it is extremely difficult to try it while upset. But if a response is practiced so that it has become automatic, it has a better chance of finding expression during emotional crisis. For these reasons, the above strategies need to be tried out and rehearsed or during encounters that are not stressful as well in that the heat of battle. If they are to have a chance to become an acquired first response in the repertoire of the emotion circulatory, in essence, these antidotes to marital disintegration are a small remedial education in emotional intelligence. Emotional Intelligence, Chapter 10th, Managing with Heart. Melbourne Amsibrom was a domineering boss with a temper that intimidated those who worked with him. That fact might have passed unremarked had Amsibrom worked in an office or factory, but Amsibrom was an airline pilot. One day in 1978, Amsibrom's plane was approaching Portland, Oregon when he noticed a problem with the landing gear. So Amsterdam went on a holding pattern circling the field at a high altitude while he fiddled with the mechanism. As Amsterdam obsessed about the landing gear, the plane's fuel gauges steadily approached the empty level. But his copilots were so fearful of Amsterdam's breath that they said nothing, even as disaster loomed. The plane crashed, killing 10 people. Today, the story of that crash is told as cautionary tale in the safety training of airline pilots. In 80% of airline crashes, pilots make mistakes that could have been prevented, particularly if the crew worked together more harmoniously. Teamwork, open lines of communication, cooperation, listening, and speaking one's mind. Rudiments of social intelligence are now emphasized in training pilots along with technical powers. The cockpit is a microcosm of any working organization, but lacking the dramatic reality check of an airplane crash, the destructive effects of miserable morale, intimidated workers, or arrogant boss, or any of the dozen of the other permutations of emotional deficiencies in the workplace can go largely unnoticed by those outside the immediate scene, but the cost can be read in signs such as decreased productivity, an increase in missed deadlines, mistakes, and misshapes, and an exodus of employees to more congenial settings. There is inevitably a cost to the bottom line from low levels of emotional intelligence on the job when it is rampant. Companies can crash and burn. The cost effectiveness of emotional intelligence is a relatively new idea for business, one some managers may find hard to accept. A study of 250 executives found that most felt their work demanded their heads but not their hearts. Many said they feared that feeling empathy or compassion for those they worked with would put them in conflict with their organizational goals. One felt the idea of sensing the feelings of those who worked for him was absurd. It would be, he said, be impossible to deal with people. Others protested that if they were not emotionally aloof, they would be unable to make the hard decisions that business requires, although the likelihood is that they would deliver those decisions more humanly. That study was done in the 1970s when the business environment was very different. My argument is that such attitudes are outmoded, a luxury of a former day. A new competitive reality is putting emotional intelligence at a premium in the workplace and in the marketplace. As Shoshana Zuboff, a psychologist at Harvard Business School, pointed out to me, corporations have gone through a radical revolution within this century, and with this has come a corresponding transformation of the emotional landscape. There was a long period of managerial domination of the corporate hierarchy when the manipulative jungle fighter boss was rewarded, but that rigid hierarchy started breaking down in the 1980s under the twin pressure of globalization and information technology. The jungle fighter symbolizes where the corporation has been. The virtuous in the interpersonal skills is the corporate future. Some of the reasons are patently obvious. Imagine the consequences for a working group when someone is unable to keep from exploding in anger or has no sensitivity about what the people around him are feeling. All the deleterious effects of agitation on the thinking reviewed in Chapter 6 operate in the workplace too. When emotionally upset, people cannot remember, attend, learn, or make decisions clearly. As one management consultant put it, stress makes people stupid. On the positive side, imagine the benefits for work of being skilled in the basic emotional competences, being attuned to the feelings of those we deal with, being able to handle disagreements so that they do not escalate, having the ability to get into flow states while doing our work. Leadership is not domination but the art of persuading people to work toward a common goal. And in terms of managing our own career, there may be nothing more essential than recognizing our deepest feelings about what we do and what changes might take make us more truly satisfied with our work. Some of the less obvious reasons emotional aptitudes are moving to the forefront of business skills reflect sweeping changes in the workplace. Let me make my point by tracking the different three applications of emotional intelligence make. Being able to air grievances as helpful critics, creating an atmosphere in which diversity is valued rather than a source of friction, and networking effectively. Criticism is job one. He was a seasoned engineer, heading a software development project presenting the result of months of work by his team to the employee vice president for product development. The men and women who had worked long days week after week were there with him, proud to present the fruit of their hard labor. But as the engineer finished his presentation, the vice president turned to him and asked sarcastically, "How long have you been out of graduate school? These specifications are ridiculous. They have no chance of getting past my desk." The engineer, utterly embarrassed and deflated, sat gloomily through the rest of the meeting, reduced to silence. The men and women on his team made a few desultory and some hostile remark in defense of their effort. The vice president was then called away and the meeting broke up abruptly, leaving a residue of bitterness and anger. For the next 2 weeks, the engineer was obsessed by the vice president's remarks. Dispirited and depressed, he was convinced he would never get another assignment of importance at the company and was thinking of leaving even though he enjoyed his work there. Finally, the engineer went to see the vice president, reminding him of the meeting, his critical remarks, and their demoralizing effect. Then he made a carefully worded injury. "I am a little confused by what you are trying to accomplish. I assume you were not just trying to embarrass me. Did you have some other goal in mind?" The vice president was astonished. He had no idea that his remark, which he meant as a throwaway line, had been so devastating. In fact, he thought the software plan was promising but needed more work. He hadn't meant to dismiss it as utterly worthless at all. He simply had not realized, he said, how poorly he had put his reaction, nor that he had hurt anyone's feeling, and belatedly he apologized. It's a question or feedback ready or people getting the momentation essential to keep their efforts on track. In its original sense, in systems theory, feedback means the exchange of data about how one part of a system is working, with the understanding that one part affects all others in the system, so that any part heading, of course, could be changed for the better. In a company, everyone is better of the system, and so feedback is the lifeblood of the organization. The exchange of information that lets people know if the job they are doing is going well or needs to be fine-tuned, upgraded, or redirected entirely. Without feedback, people are in the dark. They have no idea how they stand with their boss, with their peers, or in terms of what is expected of them, or any problem will go get into worse as time passes. In a sense, criticism is one of the most important tasks a manager has, yet it's also one of the most dreaded and put off. And like the sarcastic vice president, too many managers have poorly mastered the crucial art of feedback. This deficiency has a great cost, just as the emotional health of a couple depends on how well they are and the grievances. So do the effectiveness, satisfaction, and productivity of people at work depend on how they are told about navigating problems. Indeed, how criticism are given and received goes a long way in determining how satisfied people are with their work, with those they work with, and with those to whom they are responsible. The worst way to motivate someone. The emotional vicissitudes at work in marriage also operate in the workplace where they take similar forms. Criticism are voiced as personal attacks rather than complaints that can be acted upon. There are ad hominem charges with the dollops of disgust, sarcasm, and contempt. Both give rise to defensiveness and dodging of responsibility, and finally to stonewalling or the embittered passive resistance that comes from feeling unfairly treated. Indeed, one of the more common forms of destructive criticism in the workplace, says one business consultant, is a blanket generalized statement like, "You are screwing up," delivered in a harsh, sarcastic, angry tone, providing neither a chance to respond nor any suggestion of how to do things better. It leaves the person receiving it feeling helpless and angry. From the vantage point of emotional intelligence, such critics display an ignorance of the feelings it will be trigger in those who receive it, and the devastating effect those feelings will have on their motivation, energy, and confidence in doing their work. This destructive dynamic showed up in a survey of managers who were asked to think back or 2 times they blew up at employees and in the heat of the moment made a personal attack. The angry attacks had effects much like they would be in a married couple. The employees who received them reacted most often by becoming defensive, making excusing or evading responsibility, or they snowballed that is try to avoid all contact with the manager who blew up them. If they had been subjected to the same emotional microscope that John Gottman used with married couples, these embittered employees would no doubt have been shown to be thinking the thoughts of innocent victimhood or righteous indignation typical of husbands or wives who feel unfairly attacked. If their psychology were measured, they would probably also display the flooding that reinforced such thoughts, and yet the managers were only further annoyed and provoked by these responses, suggesting the beginning of a cycle that in the business world ends in the employee quitting or being fired, the business equivalent of a divorce. Indeed, in the study of 108 managers and white collar workers, inept criticism was ahead of mistrust, personality struggles, and disputes over power and pay as a reason for conflict on the job. An experiment done at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute shows just how damaging to working relationship a cutting criticism can be. In a simulation, volunteers were given the task of creating an ad for a new shampoo. Another volunteer supposedly judged the proposed ads. Volunteers actually received one of the two prearranged critics. One critic was considerate and specific, but the other included threats and blamed the person's innate deficiencies with remarks like didn't even try, can't seem to do anything right, and maybe it's just lack of talent. I would try to get someone else to do it. Understandably, those who were attacked became tense and angry and antagonistic, saying they would refuse to collaborate or cooperate on future projects with the person who gave the criticism. Many indicated they would want to avoid contact altogether. In other words, they felt like stonewalling. The harsh criticism made those who received it so demoralized that they are no longer tried as hard at their work, and perhaps most damaging, said they no longer felt capable of doing well. The personal attack was devastating to their morale. Many managers are too willing to criticize but frugal with praise, leaving their employees feeling that they only hear about how they are doing when they make a mistake. This propensity criticism is compounded by managers who delay giving any feedback at all for long periods. Most problems in an employee's performance are not sudden, they develop slowly over time. J.R. Larson, a University of Illinois at Urbana psychologist, notes when the boss fails to let his feelings to be known promptly, It leads to his frustration building up slowly. Then one day he blows up about it. If the criticism had been given earlier on, the employee would have been able to correct the problem. Too often people criticize only when things boil over, when they get too angry to contain themselves, and that's when they give the criticism in the worst way, in a tone of biting sarcasm, calling to mind a long list of grievances they had kept to themselves or making threats. Such attacks backfire. They are received as an affront, so the recipient become angry in return. It's the worst way to motivate someone. The artful critic. Consider the alternative. An artful critic can be done one of the most helpful message a manager can send. For example, what the contemptuous vice president could have told the software engineer but did not was something like, the main difficulty at this stage is that your plane will take too long and so escalate costs. I would like you to think more about your proposal, especially the design specification for software development, to see if you can figure out a way to do the same job more quickly. Such a message has the opposite impact of destructive criticism. Instead of creating helplessness, anger, and rebellion, it helps out the hope of doing better and suggests the beginning of a plan for doing so. An artful critic focuses on what a person has done and can do rather than reading a mark of character into a job poorly done. As Larson observes, a character attack, calling someone stupid or incompetent, misses the point. You immediately put him on the defensive so that he is no longer receptive to what you have to tell him about how to do things better. That advice, of course, is precisely the same as for married couples airing their grievances. And in terms of motivation, when people believe that their failures are due to some unchangeable defeat in themselves, they lose hope and stop trying. The basic belief that leads to optimism, remember, is that setbacks or failures are due to circumstances that we can do something about to change them for the better. Harry Levinson, a psychoanalyst turned corporate consultant, gives the following advice on the art of the critic, which is intricately entwined with the art of praise. Be specific. Pick a significant incident, an event that illustrates a key problem that needs changing or a pattern of deficiency, such as the inability to do certain parts of a job well. It demoralizes people just to hear that they are doing something wrong without knowing what the specific are so they can change. Focus on the specific saying what the person did well, what was done poorly, and how it could be changed. Don't beat around the bush or be oblique or invasive. It will be muddy the real message. This, of course, is akin to the advice to couples about the XYZ statement of a grievance. Say exactly what the problem is, what's wrong with it, or how it makes you feel, and what could be changed. Specificity, Levinson points out, is just as important for praise as for criticism. I won't say that vague praises has no effect at all, but it doesn't have much and you can't learn from it. Offer a solution. The critic, like all useful feedback, should point to a way to fix the problem. Otherwise, it leaves the recipient frustrated, demoralized, or demotivated. The critic may open the door to possibilities and alternatives that the person did not realize were there, or simply sanitize her to deficiencies that need attention, but should include suggestions about how to take care of these problems. Be present. Critics like praise are most effective face to face and in private. People who are uncomfortable giving a criticism or offering praise are likely to ease the burden of themselves by doing it at a distance, such as in a memo. But this makes the communication too impersonal and robs the person receiving it of an opportunity for a reason or clarification. Be sensitive. This is a call for empathy, for being attuned to the impact of what you say and how you say it on the person at the receiving end. Managers who have little empathy, Levison points out, are most prone to giving feedback in a hurtful fashion, such as the withering put down. The net effect of such criticism is destructive. Instead of opening the way for a corrective, it creates an emotional backslash of resentment, bitterness, defensiveness, and distance. Levinson also offers some emotional console for those at the receiving end of criticism. One is to see the criticism as valuable information about how to do better, not as a personal attack. Another is to watch for the impulse toward defensiveness instead of taking responsibility. And if it gets too upsetting, ask to resume the meeting later. After a period to absorb the difficult message and cool down a bit, finally he advises people to see criticism as an opportunity to work together with the critic to solve the problem, not as an adversarial situation. All this sage advice, of course, directly echoes suggestions for married couples trying to handle their complaints without doing permanent damage to their relationship, as with marriage, so with work. Dealing with diversity. Sylvia Skater, a former army captain in her 30s, was a shift manager at a Danish restaurant in Columbia, South Carolina. One slow afternoon, a group of black customers, a minister, an assistant pastor, and two visiting gospel singers came in for a meal and sat while the waitress ignored them. The waitress, recalls Skater, would kind of lay with their hands on their hips and then they had go back to talking among themselves like a black person standing 5 feet away didn't exist. Skater, indignant, confronted the waitress and complained to manager who shrugged off their action saying that's how they were raised and there's nothing I can do about it. Skater quiet on the spot, she is blank. If that had been an isolated in this incident, this moment of blatant prejudice might have passed unnoted, but Salvia Skater was one of the hundreds of people who come forward to testify to a widespread pattern of anti-black prejudice throughout the Danish restaurant chain, a pattern that resulted in a $54 million settlements of a class action suit on behalf of thousands of black customers who had suffered such indignities. The plaintiffs included a detail of 7 African American Secret Service agents who sat waiting for an hour for their breakfast while their white colleagues at the next table were served promptly. As they were all on their way to provide security for a visit by President Clinton to the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis, they also include a black girl with paralyzed legs in Tampa, Florida, who sat in her wheelchair for 2 hours waiting for her food late one night after a prom. The pattern of discrimination the class action suit held was due to the widespread assumption throughout the Danish chain, particularly at the level of district and branch manager, that black customers were bad for business today largely as a result of the suit and publicity surrounding it. The Danish chain is making amends to the black community, and every employee, especially managers, must attend sessions on the advantages of a multiracial clientele. Such seminars have become a staple of in-house training in companies throughout America, with the growing realization by managers that even people bring prejudice to work with them, they must learn to act as though they have none. The reasons over and above human decency are pragmatic. One is the shifting face of the workforce, as white males who used to be the dominant group are becoming a minority. A survey of several hundred American companies found that more than three-quarters of new employees were non-white, a demographic shift that is also reflected to a large extent in a changing pool of customers. Another reason is the increasing need for international companies to have employees who not only put any base aside to appreciate people from diverse cultures but also turn that appreciation to competitive advantage. A third motivation is a potential fruit of diversity in terms of heightened collective creativity and entrepreneurial energy. All this means the culture of an organization must change to foster tolerance even if individual bases remain. But how can a company do this? The sad fact is that the panoply of one day, one video, or single weekend diversity training courses do not really seem to budge the basis of those employees who come to them with deep prejudice against one or another group, or whether it be whites based against black against Asians, or Asians resenting Hispanics. Indeed, the net effect of inept diversity courses, those that raise false expectations by promising too much or simply create an atmosphere of confrontation instead of understanding, can be to heighten understand the tension that divide groups in the workplace, calling even greater attention to these differences. To understand what can be done, it helps to first understand the nature of prejudice itself. The roots of prejudice. Dr. Vamick Walken is a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia now, but he remembers what it was likely growing up in a Turkish family on the islands of Cyprus, then bitterly contested between Turks and Greeks. As a boy, Walken heard rumors that the local Greek priest Kincher had a knot for each Turkish child he had strangled, and remembers the tone of dismay in which he was told how his Greek neighbors at bakes, whose meat was considered too filthy to eat in his own Turkish culture. Now, as a student of a thinking conflict, Vulcan points to such childhood memories to show how hatreds between groups are kept alive over the years as each new generation is steeped in hostile bases like these. The psychological price of loyalty to one's own group can be antipathy towards another, especially when there is a long history of enmity between the groups. Prejudices are a kind of emotional learning that occurs early in life, making these reactions especially hard to eradicate entirely. Even in people who are adults feel it is wrong to hold them. The emotion of prejudice are formed in childhood, while the beliefs that are used to justify it came later, explained Thomas Pettigrew, a social psychologist at the University of California at Santa Cruz, who has studied prejudice for decades. Later in life, you may want to change your prejudice, but it is far easier to change your intellectual belief than your deep feelings. Many Southerners have confessed to me, for instance, that even though in their minds they no longer feel prejudice against blacks, they feel squeamish when they shake hands with a black. The feelings are left over from what they learned in their families as children. The power of the stereotypes that buttress prejudice comes in part from a more neutral dynamic in the mind that makes stereotypes of all kinds self-confirming. People remember more readily instances that support the stereotype while tending to discount instances that challenge it. Or meeting at a party an emotionally open and warm Englishman who disconfirms the stereotype of the cold reserved Briton. For example, people can tempt themselves that he is just unusual or he is being drinking. The tenacity of subtle basis may explain why. While over the last 40 years or so, racial attitudes of American whites towards black have become increasingly more tolerant, more subtle forms of base persist. People disavow racist attitudes while still acting with convert base. When asked, such people say they feel no bigotry, but in ambiguous situations still act in a based way. Though they give me a rational other than prejudice, such base can take the form, say, of a white senior manager who believes he has no prejudice, rejecting a black job applicant, ostensibly not because of his race but because his education and experience are quite right for the job, while hiring a white applicant with about the same background. Or it might take the form of giving a briefing and helpful tips to a white salesman about to make a call, but somehow neglecting to do the same for a black or Hispanic salesman. Zero tolerance for intolerance. If people's long held biases cannot be so easily weeded out, what can be changed is what they do about them. Adenis, for example, waitress or branch managers who took it upon themselves to discriminate against blacks were seldom, if ever, challenged. Instead, some manager seems to have encouraged them, at least tacitly, to discriminate, even suggesting policies such as demanding payment for meals in advance from black customers only, denying blacks widely advertised free birthday meals, or locking the doors and claiming to be closed if a group of black customers were coming. As John P. Relman, an attorney who sued Dennis on behalf of the Black Secret Service agents put it, Dennis' management closed their eyes to what the field staff was doing. There must have been some message which freed up the inhibition of local managers to act on their racist impulse. But everything we know about the roots of the prejudice and how to fight it effectively suggested precisely this attitude. Turning a blind eye to acts of bias allows discrimination to thrive. To do nothing in this context is an act of consequence in itself, letting the virus of prejudice spread unopposed. More to the point than diversity training courses, or perhaps essential to their having much effect, is that the norms of a group be decisively changed by taking an active stance against any acts of discrimination from the top echelons of management on down. Bases may not budge, but acts on prejudice can be squeezed. If the climate is changed, as an IBM executive put it, we don't tolerate slights or insults in any way. Respect for the individual is central to IBM culture. If research on prejudice has any lesson for making a corporate culture more tolerant, it is to encourage people to speak out against even low key acts of discrimination or harassment, offensive jokes, say, or the posting of girly calendars demeaning to women co-workers. One study found that when people in a group heard someone make authentic slurs, it led others to do the same. The simple act of naming bears as such or objected to it on the spot established a social atmosphere that discouraged it. Saying nothing serves to condone it. In this endeavor, those in positions of authority play a pivotal role. Their failure to condemn acts of abuse sends the tacit message that such acts are okay. Following through with actions such as reprimand sends a powerful message that abuse is not trivial but has real and negative consequences. Here too the skills of emotional intelligence are an advantage, especially in having the social neck to not just when but how to speak up productively against biases. Such feedback should be couched with all the fineness of an effective criticism so it can be heard without defensiveness. If managers and co-workers do this naturally or learn to do so, basis incidents are more likely to fall away. The more effective diversity training courses set a new organization wide explicit ground rule that makes peers in any form out of bounds, and so encourage people who have been silent, witness, and bystanders to voice their discomforts and objections. Another active ingredient in diversity courses is perspective talking, a stance that encourages empathy and tolerance to the degree that people come to understand the pain of those who feel discriminated against. They are more likely to speak out against it. In short, it is more practical to try to suppress the expression of bias rather than trying to eliminate the attitude itself. Stereotypes change very slowly, if at all. Simply putting people of different groups together does little or nothing to lower intolerance, as witness cases of school desegregation in which intergroup hostility rose rather than decreased. For the plethora of diversity training programs that are sweeping through the corporate world, this means a realistic goal is to change the norms of a group for showing prejudice or harshing. Such programs can do much to raise into the collective awareness the idea that bigotry or harassment are not acceptable and will not be tolerated, but to expect that such a program will uproot deeply held prejudices is unrealistic. Still, since prejudice are a variety of emotional learning, relearning is possible, though it takes time and should not be expected as the outcome of a one-time diversity training workshop. What can make a difference, though, is sustains camaraderie and daily efforts towards a common goal by people of different backgrounds. The lesson here is from school desegregation when groups fail to mix socially, instead forming hostile cliques. The negative stereotypes intensify. But when students have worked together as equals to attain a common goal, as on supports team or in brands. Their stereotypes break down, as can happen naturally in the workplace when people work together as peers over the years. But to stop at battling prejudice in the workplace is to miss a greater opportunity, taking advantage of the creative and entrepreneurial possibilities that a diverse workforce can offer. As we shall see, a working group of varied strength and perspectives, if it can operate in harmony, is likely to come to better, more creative, and more effective solutions than those same people working in isolation. Organizational survey and the group IQ. By the end of the century, a third of the American workforce will be knowledge workers, people whose productivity is marked by adding value to information, whether as market analysts, writers, or computer programmers. Peter Drucker, the eminent business maven who coined the term knowledge worker, points out that such workers' expertise is highly specialized and that their productivity depends on their effort being coordinated as a part of the organizational team. Writers are not publishers, computer programmers are not software distributors. While people have always worked in tandem, notes structure with the knowledge work. Teams become the work unit rather than the individual himself, and that suggests why emotional intelligence, the skills that help people harmonize, should become increasingly valued as a workplace asset in the years to come. Perhaps the most rudimentary form of organizational teamwork is the meeting, that inescapable part of an executive lot in a boardroom, on a conference call, in someone's office. Meeting bodies in the same room are but the most obvious and a somewhat antiquated example of the sense in which work is shared. Electronic networks, emails, teleconferences, work teams, informal networks, and the like are emerging as new functional entities in organizations. To the degree that the explicit hierarchy as mapped on an organization chart is a skeleton of an organization, these human touchpoints are in the central nervous system. Whenever people come together to collaborate, whether it be in a executive planning meeting or as a team working towards a shared product, there is a very real sense in which they have a group IQ, the sum total of the talents and the skills of those involved. And how well they accomplish their task will be determined by how high that IQ is. The single most important element in group intelligence, it turns out, is not the average IQ in the academic sense, but rather in terms of emotional intelligence. The key to a high group IQ is social harmony. It is this ability to harmonize that, all other things being equal, will make one group especially talented, productive, and successful, and another with members whose talent and skill are equal in other regards do poorly. The idea that there is a group intelligence at all comes from Robert Steinberg, the Yale psychologist, and Wendy Williams, a graduate student, who were seeking to understand why some groups are far more effective than others. After all, when people come together to work as a group, each brings certain talents, say a high verbal fluency, creativity, empathy, or technical expertise. While a group can be no smarter than the sum total of all these specific strengths, it can be much dumber if its internal workings don't allow people to share their talents. This maxim becomes evident when Sternberg and Williams recruited people to take part in groups that were given the creative challenge of coming up with an effective advertising campaign for a fictitious sweetener that showed promise as a sugar substitute. One surprise was that people who were too eager to take part were a drag on the group, lowering its overall performance. These eager beavers were too controlling or domineering. Such people seemed to lack a basic element of social intelligence, ability to recognize what is apt and what inappropriate is give and take. Another negative was having deadweight members who did not participate. The single most important factor in maximizing the excellence of a group's product was the degree to which the members were able to create a state of internal harmony, which lets them take advantage of the full talent of their members. The overall performance of harmonious groups were helped by having a member who was particularly talented. Groups with more friction were far less able to capitalize on having members of great ability. In groups where there are high levels of emotional and social static, whether it be from fear or anger, from rivalries or resentments, people cannot offer their best, but harmony allows a group to take maximum advantage of its most creative and talented members' abilities. While the moral of this tale is quite clear for C work teams, it has a more general implications for anyone who works within an organization. Many things people do at work depend on their ability to call on a loose network of fellow workers. Different tasks can mean calling on different members of the network. In fact, this creates the chance for ad hoc groups, each with a membership tailored to offer an optimal array of talents, expertise, and placements. Just how well people can work a network, in fact, make it into temporary ad hoc team, is a crucial factor in on the job success. Consider, for example, a study of star performers at Bell Labs, the world famous scientific think tank near Princeton. The labs are peopled by engineers and scientists who are all at the top on academic IQ test, but within this pool of talent, some emerge as stars while others are only average in their output. What makes the difference between stars and the other is not their academic IQ but their emotional IQ. They are better able to motivate themselves and the better able to work their informal networks into ad hoc teams. The stars were studied in one division at the labs, a unit that creates and designs the electronic switches that control telephone systems, a highly sophisticated and demanding piece of electronic engineering. Because the work is beyond the capacity of any one person to tackle, it is done in teams that can range from just 5 or so engineers to 150. No single engineer knows enough to do the job alone. Getting things done demands tapping others people expertise to find out what made the difference between those who were highly productive and those who were only average. Robert Kelly and Janet Kaplan, head managers and peers, nominate the 10 to 15% of engineers who stood out as stars. When they compared the stars with everyone else, the most common dramatic finding at first was the paucity of differences between the two groups. Based on the wide range of cognitive and social measures from standard tests for IQ to personality inventories, there is little meaningful difference in innate abilities. Kelly and Kaplan wrote in the Harvard Business Review, as it develops, academic talent was not a good predictor of on-the-job productivity, nor was IQ. But after detailed interviews, the critical differences emerged in the internal and interpersonal strategies stars used to get their work done. One of the most important turned out to be a report with a network of key people. Things go more smoothly for the standouts because they put time into cultivating good relationships with people whose service might be needed in a crunch as a part of an instance and hoc team to solve a problem or handle a crisis. A middle performer at Bell Labs talked about being stumped by a technical problem. Kelly and Kaplan observed. He painstakingly called various technical gurus and then wasting valuable time while calls went unreturned and email messages unanswered. Star performers, however, rarely face such situations because they do the work of building reliable networks before they actually need them. When they call someone for advice, stars almost always get a faster answer. Informal networks are especially critical for handling unanticipated problems. The formal organization is set up to handle easily anticipated problems. One study of these networks observes, but when unexpected problems arises, the informal organization kicks in. Its complex web of social ties from every time colleagues communicate and solidified over time into surprisingly stable networks. Highly adaptive informal networks more diagonally and elliptically, skipping entire functions to get things done. The analysis of informal networks shows that just because people work together day to day, they will not necessarily trust each other with sensitive information, not turn to them in crisis. Indeed, a more sophisticated view of informal networks shows that there are at least three varieties: communication webs, who talks to whom; expertise networks, being a main node in the expertise network means someone will have a reputation for technical excellence, which often led to promotion, but there is a virtually no relationship between being an expert and being seen as someone people can trust with their secrets, doubts, and vulnerabilities. A pretty office tyrant or micromanager may be high or expertise, but will be so low on trust that it will undetermine their ability to manage and effectively exclude them from informal networks. The stars of the organization are often those who have thick connections on all networks, whether communications, expertise, or trust. Beyond the mastery of these essential networks, other forms of organizations savvy the Bell Labs stars had mastered included effectively coordinating their efforts in teamwork, being leader in building consensus, being able to see things from the perspective of others such as customers or others on a work team, persuasiveness, and promoting cooperations while avoiding conflicts. While all of these rely on social skills, the star also displayed another kind of thing: talking initiative, being self-motivated enough to take on responsibilities above and beyond their stated job, and self-management in the sense of regulating their team time and work commitments well. All such skills, of course, are aspects of emotional intelligence. They are strong signs that what is true at Bell Labs augurs for the future of all corporate life, a tomorrow where the basic skills of emotional intelligence will be ever more important in teamwork, in cooperation, in helping people learn together how to work more effectively. As knowledge based service and intellectual capital become more central to corporations, improving the way people work together will be a major way to leverage intellectual capital, making a critical competitive difference. To thrive, if not survive, corporations would do well to boost their collective emotional intelligence. Emotional Intelligence, Chapter 11: Mind and Medicine. Kidney function cytology, he said in a business-like tone. I don't know what. Emotional Intelligence, Chapter 11: Mind and Medicine. Who taught you all this, doctor? The reply came promptly, suffering. Albert Camus, the plagiar. A vague itch in my groin sent me to my doctor. Nothing seemed unusual until it looked at the result of a urine test. I had traces of blood in my urine. I want you to go to hospital and get some test. Kidney function cytology, he said in a business-like tone. I don't know what he said next. My mind seemed to freeze at the word cytology cancer. I have a foggy memory of his explaining to me when and where to go for diagnostic test. It was the simplest instruction, but I had to ask him to repeat it 3 or 4 times. Cytology. My mind would not leave the word. That word made me feel as though I had just been mugged at my own front door. Why should I have reacted so strongly? My doctor was just being thorough and competent. Checking the limbs in a diagnostic decision tree, there was a teeny likelihood that cancer was a problem, but this rational analysis was irrelevant at that moment. In the land of the sick, emotions reign supreme. Fear is a thought away. We can be so emotionally fragile while we are ailing because our mental well being is based in part on the illusion of invulnerability. Sickness, especially a severe illness, bursts that illusion, attacks the premise that our private world is safe and secure. Suddenly, we feel weak, helpless, and vulnerable. The problem is when medical personnel ignore how patients are reacting emotionally. Even while attending to their physical condition, this intention to the emotional reality of illness neglects a growing body of evidence showing that people's emotional states can play a sometimes significant role in their vulnerability to disease and in the course of their recovery. Modern medical care too often lacks emotional intelligence. For the patient, any encounter with a nurse or physician can be a chance for reassuring information, comfort, and solace, or if handled unfortunately, an invitation to despair. But too often, medical caregivers are rushed or indifferent to patients' distress. To be sure, there are compassionate nurses and physicians who take the time, to reassure and inform as well as administer medically. But the trend is towards a professional universe in which institutional imperatives can leave medical staff oblivious to the vulnerabilities of patients or feeling too pressed to do anything about them. With the hard realities of a medical system increasingly timed by accountants, things seems to be getting worse. Beyond the human Tarian argument for physicians to offer care along with cure, there are other compelling reasons to consider the psychological and social reality of patients as being within the medical realm rather than separate from it. By now, a scientific case can be made that there is a margin of medical effectiveness, both in prevention and treatment, that can be gained by treating people's emotional state along with their medical condition. Not in every case or every condition, of course, but looking at data from hundreds and hundreds of cases, there is on average enough increment of medical benefit to suggest that an emotional intervention should be a standard part of medical care for the range of serious disease. Historically, medicine in modern society has defined its mission in terms of curing disease. The medical disorder, while overlooking illness, the patient's experience of disease, patients by going along with their view of their problem join a quiet conspiracy to ignore how they are reacting emotionally to their medical problems or to dismiss those reactions as irrelevant to the course of the problem itself. That attitude is reinforced by a medical model that dismisses entirely the idea that mind influences body in any consequential way. Yet there is equal unproductive ideology in the other direction. The notion that people can cure themselves of even the most pernicious disease simply by making themselves happy or thinking positive thoughts, or that they are somehow to blame for having gotten sick in the first place. The result of this attitude will cure all rhetoric has been to create widespread confusion and misunderstanding about the extent to which illness can be affected by the mind, and perhaps worst, and sometimes to make people feel guilty for having a disease, as though it were a sign of some moral lapse or spiritual unworthiness. The truth lies somewhere between these extremes. By sorting through their scientific data, my aim is to clarify the contradiction and replace the nonsense with a clearer understanding of the degree to which our emotions and emotional intelligence play a part in health and disease. The body is mind, how emotions matter for health. In 1974, a finding in a laboratory at the School of Medicine and Dentistry, University of Rochester, rewrote biology map for of the body. Robert Adler, a psychologist, discovered that the immune system, like the brain, could learn. His result was a shock. The prevailing wisdom in medicine had been that only the brain and central nervous system could respond to experience by changing how they behaved. Adder's finding led to the investigation of what were turning out to be myriad ways the central nervous system and the immune system communicate, biological pathways that make the mind, the emotions, and the body not separate but intimately entwined. In this experiment, white rats had been given a medication that artificially suppressed the quantity of disease fighting T cells circulating in their blood. Each time they received the medication, they ate it along with saccharin laced water, but Adler discovered that giving the rats the saccharin flavored water alone without the suppressive medication still resulted in a lowering of T cell count to the point that some of the rats were getting sick and dying. Their immune system had learned to suppress T cells in response to the flavored water. That just should not have happened according to the best scientific understanding at that time. The immune system is the body's brain, as neuroscientist Francisco Varela at Paris Ecole Polytechnic puts it, defining the body's own sense of self, of what belongs within it and what does not. Immune cells travel in the blood stream throughout the entire body, contacting virtually every other cell. Those cells they recognize, they leave alone. Those they fail to recognize, they attack. The attack either defends us against viruses, bacteria, and cancer, or if the immune cells misidentify some of the body's own cells, creates an autoimmune disease such as allergy or lupus. Until the day Adam made his serendipitous discovery. Every anatomist, every physician, and every biologist believed that the brain and the immune system were separate entities, neither able to influence the operation of the other. There was no pathway that could connect the brain centers, monitoring what the rat tested with the areas of bone marrow that manufacture T cells, or it show it had been thought for a century. Over the years since then, Adler's modest discovery has forced a new look at the links between the immune system and the central nervous system. The fields that studies this Psychoneuroimmunology or PNI is now a leading edge medical science. Its very name acknowledges the links psycho or mind, neuro for the neuroendocrine system, and immunology for the immune system. A network of researchers is finding that the chemical messengers that operate most extensively in both brain and immune system are those that are most dense in neural areas that regulate emotions. Some of the strongest evidence for a direct physical pathway allowing emotions to impact the immune system has come from David Felton, a colleague of Adler's. Felton began by noticing that emotions have a powerful effect on the autonomic nervous system, which regulates everything from how much insulin is secreted to blood pressure levels. Felton, working with his wife Sajane and other colleagues, then detected a meeting point when the autonomic nervous system directly talks to lymphocytes and macrophages, cells of the immune system. In electron microscope studies, they found synapse-like contacts where the nerve terminals of the autonomic system have endings that directly about these immune cells. This physical contact point allows the nervous cells and to release. In electron microscope studies, they found synapse-like contacts where the nerve terminals of the autonomic system have endings that directly abut these immune cells. These physical contact points allow the nerve cells to release neurotransmitters to regulate the immune cell. Indeed, they signal back and forth. The finding is revolutionary. No one had suspected that immune cells could be targets of messages from the nerves. To test how important these nerve endings were in the workings of the immune system, Felton went a step further. In experiments with animals, he removed some nerves from lymph nodes and spleen, where immune cells are stored or meet, and then used viruses to challenge the immune system. The result, a huge drop in immune response to the virus. His conclusion is that without those nerve endings, the immune system simplifies does not respond as it should do the challenge of invading virus or bacterium. In short, the nervous system not only connects to the immune system but it is essential for proper immune function. Another key pathway linking emotions and the immune system is via the influence of the hormones released under stress. The catecholamines, cortisol, and prolactin, and the natural opiates beta endorphin and enkephalin are all released during stress arousal. Each has a strong impact on immune cells. While the relationships are complex, the main influence is that while these hormones surge through the body, the immune cells are hampered in their function. Stress suppresses immune resistance, at least temporarily, presumably in a conservation of energy that puts a priority on the more immediate emergency, which is more pressing for survival. But if stress is constant and intense, that suppression may become long lasting. Microbiologists and other scientists are finding more and more such connections between the brain and cardiovascular and immune system, having first had to accept the once radical notion that they exist at all. Toxic emotions, the clinical data. Despite such evidence, many or most physicians are still skeptical that emotions matter clinically. One reason is that while many studies have found stress and negative emotions to weaken the effectiveness of various immune cells, it is not always clear that the range of these changes is great enough to make a medical difference. Even so, an increasing number of physicians acknowledge the place of emotions in medicine. For instance, Dr. Cameron Najar, an eminent gynecology laparoscopic surgeon at Stanford University, says if someone scheduled for surgery tells me she is panicked that day and does not want to go through with it, I cancel the surgery. Nanchut explains every surgeon knows that people who are extremely scared too terribly in surgery, they bleed too much, they have more infection and complications, they have a harder time this recovery. It's much better if they are calm. The reason is straightforward. Panic and anxiety, high blood pressure, and veins distended by blood pressure bleed more profusely when cut by the surgeon knife. Excess bleeding is one of the most troublesome surgical complications, one that can sometimes lead to death. Beyond such medical antidotes, evidence for the clinical importance of emotions has been mounting steadily. Perhaps the most compelling data on the medical significance of emotion come from a mass analysis combining results from 101 smaller studies into a single larger one of the several thousand men and women. The study confirms that perturbing emotions are bad for health to a degree. People who experienced chronic anxiety, long periods of sadness, and pessimism, unremitting tension or insistent hostility, relentless cynicism or suspiciousness were found to have double the risk of disease, including asthma, arthritis, headaches, peptic ulcer, and heart disease. This order of magnitude makes distressing emotions as toxic a risk factor as, say, smoking or high cholesterol are for heart disease, in other words, a major threat to health. To be sure, this is a broad statistical link and by no means indicates that everyone who has such chronic feelings will thus more easily fall prey to a disease. But the evidence for a potent role for emotion in disease is far more extensive than his one study of studies indicates. Talking a more detailed look at the data for specific emotions, especially the big three, anger, anxiety, and depression, makes clear some specific ways that feelings have medical significance, even if the biological mechanisms by which such emotions have their effect are yet to be fully understood. When anger is suicidal. A while back, the man sat a bump on the side of his car led to fruitless and frustrating journey. After endless insurance company red tape and auto body shops that did not damage, he still earned $800 and it wasn't even his fault. He was so fed up that whenever he got into the car, he was overcome with disgust. He finally sold the car in frustration. Years later, the memories still made the man lived with the outrage. This bitter memory was brought to mind purposely as a part of a study of anger in heart patients at Stanford University Medical School. All the patients in the study had, like this embittered man, suffered a first heart attack, and the question was whether anger might have a significant impact of some kind on their heart function. The effect was striking. While the patients recounted incidents that made them mad, the pumping efficiency of their hearts dropped by 5% points. Some of the patients showed a drop in pumping efficiency of 7% or greater, a range that cardiologists regard as a sign of myocardial edema, a dangerous drop in blood flow to the heart itself. The drop in pumping efficiency was not seen with other distressing feelings such as anxiety nor during physical exertion. Anger seems to be one of the most emotion that does not harm to the heart. While recalling the upsetting incident, the patient said that they were only about half as mad as they had been while it was happening, suggesting that their hearts would have been even more greatly hampered during an actual angry encounter. This finding is part of a larger network of evidence emerging from dozens of studies pointing to the power of anger to damage the heart. The old idea has not held up that a hurried, high pressure type A personality is at great risk from heart disease, but from that failed theory has emerged a new finding. It is hostility that puts people at risk. Much of the data on hostility has come from research by Dr. Redford Williams at Duke University. For example, Williams found that those physicians who had the highest scores on a test of hostility were still in medical school were 7 times as likely to have died by the age of 50 as were those with low hostility scores. Being prone to anger was a stronger predictor of dying young than were other risk factors such as smoking, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol. And finding by a colleague, Dr. John Barefoot at the University of North Carolina, show that in heart patients undergoing angiography, in which a tube is inserted into the coronary artery to measure lesions, scores on a test of hostility correlate with the extent and severity of coronary artery disease. Of course, no one is saying that anger alone causes coronary artery disease. It is one of the several interacting factors. As Patrick Coffin, acting chief of the behavior medicine branch of the National Heart, Lung and Blood Institute, explained to me, we can't yet sort out whether anger and hostility play a casual role in the early development of coronary artery disease or whether it intensifies the problem once heart disease has begun or both. But take a 20-year-old who repeatedly gets angry. Each episode of anger adds an additional stress to the heart by increasing his heart rate and blood pressure. When that is repeated over and over again, it can do damage, especially because the turbulence of blood flowing through the coronary artery with each heartbeat can cause micro tears in the vessel where plaque develops. If your heart rate is faster and blood pressure is higher because you are habitually angry, then over 30 years that may lead to a faster buildup of plaque and so led to a coronary artery disease. Once heart disease develops, the mechanisms triggered by anger affect the very efficiency of the heart as a pump. As was shown in the study of angry memories in heart patients, the net effect is to make anger particularly lethal in those who already have heart disease. For instance, a Stanford University Medical School study of 1,012 men and women who suffered from a heart attack and then was followed up for to 8 years showed that those men who were most aggressive and hostile at the outset suffered the highest rate of second heart attack. There were similar results in a Yale School of Medicine study of 929 men who had survived heart attacks and were tracked for up to 10 years. Those who had been rated as easily rose to anger were 3 times more likely to die of cardiac arrest than those who were more even tempered. If they also had high cholesterol levels, the added risk from anger was even 5 times higher. The Yale researchers point out that it may not be anger alone that heightens the risk of death from heart disease, but rather instance negative emotionality of any kind that regularly sends surges of stress hormones through the body. But overall, the strongest scientific links between emotions and heart disease are to anger. A Harvard Medical School study asked more than 1,500 men and women who had suffered heart attack to describe their emotional state in the hours before the attack. Being angry being angry more than double the risk of cardiac arrest in people who already had heart disease. The heightened risk lasted for about 2 hours after the anger was aroused. These findings do not mean that people should try to suppress anger when it is appropriate. Indeed, there is evidence that trying to completely suppress such feelings in the heat of moment actually results in magnifying the body's agitation and may raise blood pressure. On the other hand, as we saw in chapter 5, the net effect of ventilating anger every time it is felt is simply to feed, making it a more likely response to any annoying situation. Williams resolves this paradox by concluding that whether anger is expressed or not is less important than whether it is chronic. An occasional display of hostility is not dangerous to health. The problem arises when hostility becomes so constant as to define an antagonistic personal style, one marked by repeated feelings of mistrust and cynicism and propensity to snide comments and put downs, as well as more obvious bouts of temper and rage. The hopeful news is that chronic anger need not to be that sentence. Hostility is a habit that can change. One group of heart attacks patients at Stanford University Medical School was enrolled in a program designed to help them soften the attitudes that gave them a short temper. This anger control training resulted in a second heart attack rate 44% lower than for those who had not tried to change their hostility. A program designed by Williams has had been similar beneficial result. Like the Stanford program, it teaches basic elements of emotional intelligence, particularly mindfulness of anger as it begins to stir, the ability to regulate it once it has begun, and empathy. Patients are asked to jot down cynical or hostile thoughts as they notice them. If the thoughts persist, then try to short circuit them by saying stop. And they are encouraged to purposely substitute reasonable thought for cynical, mistrustful ones during trying situations. For instance, if an elevator is delayed, to search for a banning reason rather than harbor anger against some imagined thoughtless person who may be responsible for the delay. For frustrating encounters, they learn the ability to see things from the other person's perspective. Empathy is a bulb for anger. As Williamson told me, the antidote of hostility is to develop a more trusting heart. All it takes is the right motivation. When people see that their hostility can lead to an early grave, they are ready to try. Stress, anxiety out of proportion and out of place. I just feel anxious and tense all the time. It all started in high school. I was a straight student and I worried constantly about my grades, whether the other kids and the teachers liked me being prompt for class, things like that. There was a lot of pressure from my parents to do well in school and to be good role model. I guess I had just curved into all that pressure because my stomach problems began in my sophomore year of high school. Since that time I have to be really careful about drinking caffeine and eating spicy materials. I notice that when I'm feeling worried or tense, my stomach will flare up, and since I'm usually worried about something, I'm always nauseous. Anxiety, the disease evoked by life pressure, is perhaps the emotion with the greatest weight of scientific evidence connecting it to the one set of sickness and cause of recovery. When anxiety helps us prepare to deal with some danger, then it has served us well. But in modern life, anxiety is more often out of proportion and out of place. Distress comes in the face of situations that we must live with or that are conjured by the mind, not really danger we need to confront. Repeated bouts of anxiety signal high levels of stress. The woman whose constant worrying price frames her gastrointestinal trouble is a textbook example of how anxiety and stress exacerbate marital problems. In a 1993 review in the Archives of Internal Medicine of extensive research on the stress disease link, Yale psychologist Bruce McEwen noted a broad spectrum of effects, compromising immune function to the point that it can speed the metastasis of cancer, increasing vulnerability to viral infection, exacerbating plaque formation leading to the atherosclerosis and blood clotting leading to myocardial infarction, accelerating the onset of type 1 diabetes and the course of type 2 diabetes, and worsening and triggering on asthma attacks. Stress can also lead to ulceration of the gastrointestinal tract, triggering symptoms in ulcerative colitis and in inflammatory bowel disease. The brain itself is susceptible to the long-term effects of sustained stress, including damage to the hippocampus and so to the memory. In journal says MCAN evidence in mounting that the nervous system is subject to wear and tear as a result of stressful experience. Particularly compelling evidence for the medical impact from the distress has come from studies with infectious disease such as colds, the flu, and the herpes. We are continually exposed to such viruses, but ordinarily our immune system fights them off. Except that under emotional stress, those defenses more often fail. In experiments in which the robustness of the immune system has been assayed directly, stress and anxiety have been found to weaken it, but in most such results, it is unclear whether the range of immune weakening is of clinical significance that is great enough to open the way to disease. For that reason, stronger scientific links of stress and anxiety to medical vulnerability come from prospective studies, those that start with healthy people and monitor first a heightening of distress followed by a weakening of the immune system and the onset of illness. In one of the most scientifically compelling studies, Shadon Cohen, a psychologist at Carnegie Mellon University working with scientists at a specialized cold research unit in Sheffield, England, carefully assessed how much stress people were feeling in their lives and then systematically exposed them to a cold virus. Not everyone so exposed actually comes down with a cold. A robust immune system can and constantly does resist the cold virus. Cohen found that the more stress in their lives, the more likely people who were to catch cold. Among those with little stress, 27% came down with a cold after being exposed to the virus. Among those with the most stressful lives, 47% got the cold. Direct evidences that stress itself weakens the immune system. Likewise, married couples who for 3 months kept a daily checklist of hassles and upsetting events such as marital fights showed a strong pattern. 3 or 4 days after an especially intense batch of upset, they came down with a cold or upper respiratory infection. That lag period is precisely the incubation time for many common cold viruses, suggesting that being exposed while they were most worried and upset made them especially vulnerable. The same stress infection pattern holds for the herpes virus, both the type that cause colds, sore on the lip and the type that cause genital lesions. Once people have been exposed to herpes virus, it stays latent in the body, flaring up from time to time. The activity of the herpes virus can be tracked by levels of antibodies to it in the blood. Using this measures, reactivation of the herpes virus has been found in medical students undergoing year-end exams, in recently separated women, and among people under constant pressure from caring for a family member with Alzheimer's diseases. The toll of anxiety is not just that it lowers the immune response. Other research is showing adverse effects on the cardiovascular system, while chronic hostility and repeated episodes of anger seem to put men at greater risk for heart disease. The more deadly emotion in women may be anxiety and fear. In research at the Stanford University School of Medicine with more than 1,000 men and women who had suffered a first heart attack, those women who went on to suffer a second heart attack were marked by high levels of fearfulness and anxiety. In many cases, the fearfulness took the form of crippling phobias. After their first attack, the patient stopped driving, quit their jobs, or avoided going out. The insidious physical effect of mental stress and anxiety, the kind produced by high pressure jobs or high pressure lives, such as that of a single mother juggling daycare and a job, are being pinpointed at a anatomically fine-grained level. For example, Stephen Mann, a University of Pittsburgh psychologist, put 30 volunteers through a rigorous anxiety-riddled ordeal in a laboratory while he monitored the man's blood, assaying a substance secreted by blood platelets called adenosine triphosphate or ATP, which can trigger blood vessel changes that may lead to heart attacks and strokes. While the volunteers were under the intense stress, their ATP levels rose sharply, as did their heart rate and blood pressure. Understandably, health risk seem greatest for those whose jobs are high in strain, having the high pressure performance demands while having little or no control over how to get the job done. For example, a study of 569 patients with colorectal cancer and a matched comparison group, those who said that in the previous 10 years they had experienced severe on the job aggravations, were 5.5 times more likely to have developed the cancer compared to those with no such stress in their lives. Because the medical toll of distress is so broad, relaxation techniques which directly counter the psychological arousals of stress are being used clinically to ease the symptoms of a wide variety of chronic illness. These includes cardiovascular disease, some types of diabetes, arthritis, asthma, gastrointestinal disorders, and chronic pain, to name a few. To the degree any symptoms are worsened by stress and emotional distress, helping patients become more relaxed and able to handle their turbulent feelings can often offer some reprieve. The medical cost of depression. She had been diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, a return and the spread of the malignancy several years after what she had thought was successful surgery for the disease. Her doctor could not longer take off a cure, and the chemotherapy at best might offer just a few more months of life. Understandably, she was depressed. So much so that whenever she went to her oncologist, she found herself at some point bursting out into tears. Her oncologist responds each time asking her to leave office immediately. Apart from the hurtfulness of the oncologist's coldness, did it matter marginally that he would not deal with his patient's constant sadness? By the time a disease has become so virulent,
It would be unlikely that any emotions would have an appreciable effect on its progress, while the woman's depression most certainly dimmed the quality of her final months. The medical evidences that malignity might affect the course of cancer is as yet mixed, but cancer aside, a smattering of studies suggest a role for depression in many other medical conditions, especially in worsening a sickness once it has begun. The evidence is mounting that for patients with serious diseases who are depressed, it would pay medically to treat their depression too. One complication is treating depression in medical patients is that its symptoms, including loss of appetite and lethargy, are easily mistaken for signs of other diseases, particularly by physicians with little training in psychiatric diagnosis. That inability to diagnose depression may itself add to the problem, since it means that a patient's depression, like that of the VP breast cancer patients, goes unnoticed and untreated, and that failure to diagnose and treat may add to the risk of that in severe disease. For instance, of 100 patients who received bone marrow transplants, 12 of the 13 who had been depressed died within the first year of the transplant, while 34 of the remaining 87 were still alive 2 years later, and in patients with chronic kidney failure who were receiving dialysis. Those who were diagnosed with major depression were most likely to die within the following 2 years. Depression was a stronger predictor of that any medical sign. Here, the root connecting emotions to medical status was not biological but attitudinal. The depressed patients were much worse about complying with their medical regimens, cheating on their diets, for example, which put them at higher risk. Heart diseases too seems to be exacerbated by depression. In a study of 2,832 middle aged men and women tracked for 12 years, those who felt a sense of nagging despair and hopelessness had a heightened rate of death from heart diseases, and for 3% or so who were most severely depressed, that rate from heart diseases compared to the rate for those with no feelings of depression was 4 times greater. Depression seems to pose a particularly grave medical risk for heart attack survivors. In a study of patients in a Montreal hospital who were discharged after being treated for a first heart attack, depressed patients had a sharply higher risk of dying within the following 6 months. Among the 1 in 8 patients who were seriously depressed, the death rate was 5 times higher than for others with comparable disease, an effect as great as that of major medical risks for cardiac death, such as left ventricular dysfunction or a history of previous heart attack. Among the possible mechanisms that might explain why depression so greatly increases the odds of a later heart attack are its effects on heart rate variability, increasing the risk of fatal arrhythmias. Depression has also been found to complicate recovery from hip fracture. In a study of elderly women with hip fractures, several thousands were given psychiatric evaluation on their admission to the hospital. Those who were depressed on admission stayed an average of 8 days longer than those with comparable injury but no depression, and were only a third as likely ever to walk again. But depressed women who had psychiatric help for their depression along with other medical care needed less physical therapy to walk again and had fewer re-hospitalization over the 3 months after their return home from the hospital. Likewise, in a study of patients whose condition was so dire that they were among the top 10% of those using medical services, often because of having multiple illness, such as both heart diseases and diabetes. About 1 in 6 had serious depression. When these patients were treated for the problem, the number of days per year that they were disabled dropped from 79 to 51 for those who had major depression, and from 62 days per year to just 18 in those who had been treated for mild depression. The medical benefits of positive feelings. The cumulative evidence for adverse medical effects from anger, anxiety, and depression then is compelling. Both anger and anxiety, when chronic, can make people more susceptible to a range of disease, and while depression may not make people more vulnerable to becoming ill, it does seem to impede medical recovery and heighten the risk of that, especially with more frail patients with severe conditions. But if chronic emotional distress in its many forms is toxic, the opposite range of emotions can be tonic to a degree. This by no means says that positive emotions is curative or that laughter or happiness alone will turn the course of a serious disease. The age positive emotions often seem subtle, but by using studies with large number of people can be teased out of the mass of complex variables that affect the course of disease. The price of pessimism and the advantages of optimism. As with depression, there are medical costs to pessimism and corresponding benefits from optimism. For example, 122 men who had their first heart attack were evaluated on their degree of optimism or pessimism. 8 years later, of the 25 most pessimistic men, 21st had died. Of the 25 more optimistic, just 6 had died. Their mental outlook proved a better predictor of survival than any medical risk factor, including the amount of damage to the heart in the first attack, artery blockage, cholesterol level or blood pressure. And in other research, patients going into artery bypass surgery who were more optimistic had a much faster recovery and a fewer medical complications during and after surgery than did more pessimistic patients. Like its near cousins, optimism, hope has healing power. People who have a great deal of hopefulness are understandably better able to bear up under trying circumstances, including medical difficulties. In a study of people paralyzed from spinal injuries, those who had more hope were able to gain greater levels of physical mobility compared to other patients with similar degrees of injury, but who felt less hopeful. Hope is especially telling in paralysis from spinal injury, since this medical tragedy typically involves a man who is paralyzed in his centuries 20s by an accident and will remain so for the rest of his life. How he reacts emotionally will have broad consequences for the degree to which he will make the efforts that might bring him greater physical and social functioning. Just why an optimistic or pessimistic outlook should have health consequences is open to any of the several explanations. One theory proposes the pessimism leads to a depression, which in turn interferes with the resistance of the immune system to tumors and infection. An unproven speculation at present, or it may be that it pessimists neglect themselves. Some studies have found that pessimists smoke and drink more, exercises less. Optimists are generally much more careless about their health habits. Or it may one day turn out that the psychology of hopeless is itself somehow helpful biologically to the body's fight against disease. With a little help from my friend, the medicinal value of relationship. Add sounds of silence in the list of emotional health to risk, and close emotional ties to the list of protective factors. Studies done over 2 decades involving more than 37,000 people show that a social isolation, the sense that you have nobody with whom you can share your private feelings or have close contact, doubles the chance of sickness or death. Isolation itself, a 1987 report in Science concluded, is a significant to mortality risk by a factor of just 1.6, while social isolation does so by a factor of 2.0, making it a greater health risk. Isolation is harder on men than on women. Isolation men were 2 to 3 times more likely to die, as were men with close social ties. For isolated women, the risk was and a half times greater than for more socially connected women. The difference between men and women in the impact of isolation may be because women's
Relationships tend to be emotionally closer that man's few strengths of such social ties to for a woman may be more comforting than the same small number of friendship for a man. Of course, a solitude is now the same as isolation. Many people who live on their own or see few friends are content and healthy. Rather, it is the subjective sense of being cut off from people and having no one to turn to that is medical risk. This finding is optimistic in the light the increasing isolation bred by solitary TV watching and the falling away of social habits such as clubs and visits in modern urban societies and suggest an added value to self-help groups such as Alcoholic Anonymous or surrogate communities. The power of isolation as a mortality risk factor and the healing power of close ties can be seen in the study of 100 bone marrow transplant patients. Among patients who felt they had strong emotional support from their spouse, family, or friends, 54% survived the transplants after 2 years versus just 20% among those who reported little such support. Similarly, elderly people who suffer heart attack but have two or more people in their lives they can rely on for emotional support are more than twice as likely to survive longer than a year after an attack than are people those with no such support. Perhaps the most telling testimony to the healing potential of emotional ties is a Swedish study published in 1993. All the men lives in the Swedish city of Göteborg who were born in 1933 were offered a free medical exam 7 years later that 752 men who had come for the exam were contacted again. Of these, 41 had died in the intervening years. Men who had originally reported being under intense emotional stress had a death rate 3 times greater than those who said their lives were calm and pleased. The emotional distress was due to events such as serious financial trouble, feeling insecure at work or being forced out of a job, being the object of a legal action or going through a divorce. Having had 3 or more of these troubles within the year before the exam was a stronger predictor of dying within the ensuing 7 years than were medical indicators such as high blood pressure, high concentration of blood triglycerides, or high serum cholesterol levels. Yet, among men who had said that they had a dependable web of intimacy, a wife, close friends, and the like, there was no relationship whatever between high stress levels and that rate. Having people to turn to talk and with people who could offer solace, help, and suggestions protected them from the deadly impact of life's triggers and trauma. The quality of relationship is as well as their sheer number seems key to buffering stress. Negative relationships take their own toll. Marital arguments, for example, have a negative impact on the immune system. One study of college roommates found that the more they disliked each other, the more susceptible they were to colds and were flu, and the more frequently they went to doctors. John Cacubo, the Ohio State University psychologist who did the roommate study, told me it's the most important relationship in your life. The people you say day in and day out that seemed to be crucial for your health, and the more significant the relationship is in your life, the more it matters for your health. The healing power of emotional support. In the merry adventure of Robin Hood, Robin advises a young follower: tell us the travels and speak freely. A flow of words thought ever is the heart of sorrows. It is like opening the waste where the mill dam is overfull. This bit of folk wisdom has great merit. Unburdening a troubled heart appears to be good medicine. The scientific corroboration of Robin's advice comes from James Pennebaker, a Southern Methodist University psychologist who has shown in a series of experiments that getting people to talk about the thoughts that trouble them most has a beneficial medical effect. His method is remarkably simple. He asks people to write for 15 to 20 minutes a day over 5 or so days about, for example, the most traumatic experience of your entire life or such pressing worry of the moment. What people write can be kept entirely to themselves if they like. The net effect of the confessional is striking. Enhanced immune function, significant drops in health centers visits in the following 6 months, fewer days missed from work, and even improve liver enzyme function. Moreover, those whose writing showed most evidence of turbulent feelings had the greatest improvements in their immune function. A specific pattern emerged as the healthiest way to ventilate troubled feelings. At first, expressing a high level of sadness, anxiety, anger, whatever troubling feelings the topic brought up. Then, over the course of the next several days, weaving a narrative, finding someone meaning in the trauma or travail. That process, of course, seems akin to what happens when people explore such troubles in psychotherapy. Indeed, Pennebaker's findings suggest one reason why other studies show medical patients given psychotherapy in addition to surgery or medical treatment often fare better medically than those who receive medical treatment alone. Perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the clinical power of the emotion support was in groups at Stanford University Medical School for women with advanced metastatic breast cancer. After an initial treatment, often including surgery, these women's cancers had returned and was spreading through their bodies. It was only a matter of time, clinically speaking, until the spreading cancer killed them. Dr. David Spiegel, who connected the study, was himself stunned by the findings, we as was the medical community. Women with advanced breast cancer who went to weekly meetings with others survived twice as long as did women with the same disease who faced it on their own. All the women received standard medical care. The only difference was that some also went to groups where they were able to unburden themselves with others who understood what they faced and were willing to listen to their fear, their pain, and their anger. Often, this was the only place where the women could be open about these emotions because other people in their lives dreaded talking with them about the cancer and their imitate that. Women who had attended the groups lived for 37 additional months on average, while those with the disease who did not go to the groups died on average in 19th months. Again, in life expectancy for such patients beyond the reach of any medication or other medical treatment. As Dr. Jimmy Olin, the chief psychiatrist oncologist at the Sloan Kettering Memorial Hospital, a cancer treatment center in New York City, put it to me, every cancer patient should be in a group like this. Indeed, if it had been a new drug that produced the extended life expectancy, pharmaceutically companies would be battling to produce it. Bringing emotional intelligence to medical care. The day a routine checkup spotted some blood in my urine, my doctor sent me for a diagnostic test in which I was injected with a radioactive dye. I lay on a table while an overhead X-ray machine took successive images of the dye's progression through my kidneys and bladder. I had company for the test. A close friend, a physician himself, happened to be visiting for a few days and offered to come to the hospital with me. He sat in the room while the X ray machine on an automated track rotated for new camera angles, weird and clicked, rotated, weird, clicked. The test took an hour and a half. At the very end, a kidney specialist hurried into the room, quickly introduced himself, and disappeared to scan the x rays. He didn't return to tell me what they showed. As we are leaving the exam room, my friend and I passed the nephrologist. Feeling shaken and somehow dazed by the test, I did not have the presence of mind to ask the one question that had been on my mind all morning, but my companion, the physician, did. Doctor, he said, my friend's father died of bladder cancer. He is anxious to know if you saw any signs cancer in the x-rays. No abnormalities, was the curt reply. The nephrologist hurried on to his next appointment. My inability to ask the single question I cared about most is repeated 1,000 times each day in hospitals and clinics everywhere. A study of patients in physicians' waiting rooms found that each had an average of 3 or more questions in mind to ask the physician they were to about see. But when the patients left the physician's office, an average of only one and a half of those questions had been answered. This finding speaks to one of the many ways patient emotional needs are unmet by today's medicine. Unanswered emotions feed uncertainty, fear, catastrophizing, and they lead patients to bug at going along with treatments, regimes they don't fully understand. There are many ways medicines can expand its view of health to include the emotional realities of illness. For one, patients could routinely be offered fuller information essential to the decisions they must make about their own medical care. Some service now offer any caller a state-of-the-art computer search of the medical literature on what ails them, so that patients can be more equal partners with their physician in making informed decisions. Another approach is programs that in few minutes time to be effective questioner with their physician, so that when they have three their questions in mind as they wait for the doctor, they will come out of the office with three answers. Moments when patients face surgery or invasive and painful tests are fraught with anxiety and are a prime opportunity to deal with the emotional dimension. Some hospitals have developed pre-surgery instructions for patients that help them assuage their fears and handle their discomforts. For example, by teaching patients relaxation techniques, answering their questions well in advance of surgery, and telling them several days ahead of surgery precisely what they are likely to experience during the recovery. The result: patients recover from surgery an average of 2 to 3 days sooner. Being a hospital, patients can be tremendously lonely, helpless experience, but some hospitals have begun to design rooms so that the family members can stay with patients, cooking and caring for them as they would at home, a progressive step that ironically is routine throughout the third world. Relaxation training can help patients dealing with some of the distress their symptoms bring, as well as with the emotions that may be triggering or exacerbating their symptoms. An exemplary model is John Kabat-Zinn's stress reduction clinic at the University of Massachusetts Medical Centers, which offers a 10-week course in mindfulness and a yoga to patients. The emphasis is on being mindful of emotional episodes as they are happening and on cultivating a daily practice that offers deep relaxations. Hospitals have made instructional tapes from the course available over patients' television sets, a far better emotion diet for the bedridden than the unusual fare of soap operas. Relaxation and yoga are also at the core of innovative program for treating heart disease developed by Dr. Dean Ornish. After a year of this program, which included a low-fat diet, patients whose heart disease was severe enough to want a coronary bypass actually reversed the buildup of artery clogging plague. Ornish tells me that relaxation training is one of the most important parts of the program. Like Cabot Jeans, it's take advantages of what Dr. Herbert Benson calls a relaxation response, the psychological opposite of the stress arousal that contributes to such a wide spectrum of medical problems. Finally, there is the added medical value of an empathic physician or nurse attend to patients, able to listen and be heard. This means fostering relationship-centered care, recognizing that the relationship between physician and the patient is itself a factor of significance. Such a relationship would be fostered more readily if medical education included some basic tools of emotional intelligence, especially self-awareness and the arts of empathy and listening toward a medicine that cares. Such steps are a beginning, but for medicine to enlarge its vision to embrace the impact of emotions, to large implications of the scientific findings must be taken to heart. Helping people better manage their upsetting feelings, anger, anxiety, depression, pessimism, and the loneliness is a form of disease prevention, since the data show that the toxicity of these emotions when chronic is on a par with smoking cigarettes. Helping people handle them better could potentially have a medical payoff as great as getting heavy smokers to quit. One way to do this that could have broad public health effects would be to impart most basic emotional intelligence skills to children so that they become lifelong habits. Another high payoff prevention strategy would be to teach emotion management to people reaching retirement age, since emotional well-being is one factor that determines whether an older people declines rapidly or thrives. A third target group might be so-called at-risk populations, the very poor, single working mothers, residents of high crime neighborhoods and the like, who live under extraordinary pressure day in and day out, and so might do better medically with help in handling the emotional toll of these stresses. Many patients can benefit measurably when their psychological needs are attended to along with their purely medical ones. While it is the step towards more human care when a physician or nurse offers a distressed patient comfort and consolation, more can be done. But emotional care is an opportunity too often lost in the way medicine is practiced today. It is a blind spot for medicine despite mounting data on the medical usefulness of attending to emotional needs, as well as supporting evidence for connections between the brain's emotional center in the immune system. Many physicians remain skeptical that their patient emotions matters clinically, dismissing the evidence for this as trivial and anecdotal, as fringe, or worse, as the exaggerations of a self-promoting few. The more and more patients seek a more human medicine, it is becoming endangered. Of course, there remain dedicated nurses and physicians who give this their patients standard sensitive care, but the changing culture of medicine itself, as it becomes more responsive to the imperatives of business, is making such a increasing difficult to find.
On the other hand, there may be business advantage to human medicine. Treating emotional distress in patients, early evidence suggests, can save money, especially to the extent that it prevents or delays the onset of sickness or helps patients heal more quickly. In a study of elderly patients with hip fractures at Mount Sinai School of Medicine in New York City and at Northwestern University, patients who receive therapy for depression in addition to normal orthopedic care left the hospital an average of 2 days earlier. Total savings for the 100 or so patients was $97,361 in medical costs. Such care also makes patients more satisfied with their physicians and medical treatment. In the emerging medical marketplace, where patients often have the options to choose between competing health plans, satisfaction levels will no doubt enter the equation of these very personal decisions. Sharing experiences can lead patients to go elsewhere for care, while pleasing ones translate into loyalty. Finally, medical ethics may demand such approach. An editorial in the Journal of the American Medical Association, commenting on the report that depression increases fivefold the likelihood of dying after being treated for a heart attack, notes clear demonstration that psychological factors like depression and social isolation distinguish the coronary heart disease patients at higher risk, means it would be unethical not to start trying to treat these factors. If the findings of emotions and health mean anything, it is that medical care that neglects how people feel as a battle, a chronic or severe disease is no longer adequate. It is a time for medicine to take more methodical advantage of the link between emotion and health. What is now the exception could and should be the part of the mainstream, so that a more caring medicine is available to us all. At the least, it would make the medicine more human, and for some, it could speed the course of recovery. Compassion, as one patient put it in an open letter to his surgeon, is not mere hand holding, it is good medicine.